All right. Welcome, folks. It is another TCH Live Tuesday night big game here from Dallas, Texas. I'm Eric Van Loosen, joined by my man, Aaron McAvoy. How you doing, Aaron?
Doing fantastic, man. How you doing tonight?
Man, I'm doing well. Allergies kicking my ass, but we're here. We're going to make this work. Voice or no voice. Got a good lineup, and we're going to have some fun tonight. I feel it.
That's right. Well, if the allergies are hitting you too hard, I can just run my mouth the whole time. So, I got your back.
Aaron's good at that, no doubt.
Don't you know it?
We've got our man Eliud doing the dealing tonight. He's in the box. We've got a few empty seats. I'm guessing we'll have those filled as the night goes on, but mentioned before, this is our 10:25 game. Plays pretty big. If you feel like you want to take a shot at these boys, come on out.
Look at this lovely start for Zach. Top boat on the top board and a little piece of the bottom board. Not much, but whenever you just flop the effective nuts, you feel good about any piece on the other board. Eski here top set on bottom with the nut flush draw. Of course, we know that flush can never be good. Logan, unfortunately, making a 10 high straight on the top board to go with the aces up. He's now drawing dead on both.
And the word is announced. It is pot. And look at my man Eski just folding that set of aces.
Yeah, with the flush and straight possibilities coming in and no real help on the other board, he does just kind of have to get out of the way. And that is going to allow Zach to put Logan to put his money in with the straight and the two pair. The two pair, of course, is going to be well ahead. Only a 3 will counterfeit him on bottom. It comes on top, and he is going to get bailed out, or rather just maintain half the pot, rather. But had that 3 come in on the bottom board, that would have been devastating.
Yeah, Logan lucky that he had a good disciplined player, and Eski willing to let go that set of aces with what he perceived as could be drawing dead on both boards already. Full house and hearts.
You're never drawing dead.
You're never drawing dead.
Come on, buddy.
Never. Could be drawing dead on the bot or on the top if he was up against a quads type hand, but yeah. We fold quads on this stream, remember, Aaron? So you never know.
You're damn right, and there were a lot of small hearts out there. That river could have been a little baby heart, and yeah, then top boat, no good.
Okay.
All right, so we got one new player. We got Logan in the 9 seat. And since he's been playing poker for about 20 years, looking forward to that WSOP either this year or next. Had a career in roofing. Happily married, got a couple of kiddos. So. Welcome, Mr. Logan. And I think he needed the 1 or the 9 seat tonight because he recently had some LASIK surgery. So feel him there. Can't see the cards as well anymore, Aaron. I gotta look into maybe getting my eyes done. Contacts or not?
Yeah. Wait, do you wear contacts?
I do.
Okay. Have you just not had your prescription updated in a while? Maybe.
I just got it done. Yeah, but I'm having that old man problem, where you just shit just isn't as clear anymore.
Yeah, I've been very fortunate. The prescription that I got way back in my early 20s has basically stayed very consistent. I mean, I have astigmatism, and I guess maybe just the shape of my eyes hasn't really changed, so it's been sort of just very consistent. But yeah, thankfully, I haven't had much of that problem at all, sort of the vision, shifting over time. But I've heard of plenty of people needing to get a different prescription just to keep their vision.
Just in time for the 50, man.
All right. Well, we got 1 seat filled. It's our man Charlie rocking the the duck hoodie tonight. Always colorful. Said he's coming after Zach's money tonight.
Boy.
It's like a festival. It's 2 days. And I knew him. He's playing fine. Yeah, you guys go. I'm back in town.
Well, Zach's starting off with a few extra dollars that he didn't have at the beginning, so, you know, go and get it.
Yeah, he's going to say, come at me, buddy.
So
Scott occupying the 5 seat here. No Carlos. No problem. We got ace 7 of diamonds. Going to raise it up to 200. Spooky now with a couple of black 4s. Will try to come along for the ride.
I don't know what
What do you think about that tower of green chip?
I was just looking at that. Danny's built the green wall of China, we'll call it, tonight for our friend Danny Chen. Nothing but greens over there.
Bet 300.
Danny, I'll take some green.
Uh-oh.
Fun little flop here for Zach. My goodness.
He only wants greens today.
Only wants greens.
He wants tourney style.
I'll win on there.
This is the bottom pair for Scott. He will continue for 300 and back over to Zach.
I was thinking about it.
King high board.
We're gonna punish today.
He's in the straddle position. Yeah, he can definitely have a lot of 2 pairs and such here.
11.
Comes in for the check raise to 1100. And Scott should have a pretty easy way out of this. He does have the best hand, but if he saw Zach's hand turn face up and was like, do I want to continue playing against that? The answer is probably just no anyways, not let alone just the fact that you're up against a big check raise on bottom pair.
Nice hand there. And Zach off to a good start. We got Jason Dunbar and Free Panda joining us. Uh-oh. Mr. Johnny Rod, Free Panda, says he's got a story to tell us that may be worse, possibly, than that quad 4s versus the 6s hand. But yeah, that would be interesting to hear of a worse one.
You can go to the cage, Charlie. Instead of being lazy.
I don't know if that's possible, but
I'm big blind. I was gonna
let us have it, man. I want to see. Speaking of, well, never mind. How did you do in the tournament the other night?
Oh man, I missed the money, missed the day 2 by about 8 spots.
I don't like
I had a big old blunder. I actually had about 150K, which is, you know, actually a lot of folks make it to day 2 with right at about that, somewhere between that and 250. And I decided to pick a spot that I didn't need to and got it all in with a flush draw. And, well, he had a bigger flush draw, and neither one of us had a pair. And I went home going, what just happened? But I went after it, wanted a big stack to take to day 2, and we didn't get there. So we'll try again. Our even bigger one, Aaron, is actually going to be coming early since you guys have the WSOP coming. So April 14th is when our next even bigger one is. So I'll have another opportunity to try to get after one of those.
There we go. And then you got to come down to Austin, man. It has to happen.
That's right. No end then. No end then.
Check through on the flop. Still 3 players looking at this deuce of hearts on the turn. And Logan says, well, if nobody wants to bet the flop, they probably don't have anything to defend the turn. Sure enough, takes it down.
Logan's Jack 10 of diamonds did much better than the hand that I went busto on. that was my hand. I opened Aaron, Jack 10 of diamonds, middle position. I don't know why. I just looked down at it, said, this is pretty. I opened, got a call, and huge continue. My opponent jammed, and we were committed. So, yep, that was my blunder. Lesson learned. Womp, womp, womp.
Man, you lost the hand, but maybe you didn't play it incorrectly. I mean, I don't know exactly, but is Jack 10 suited not usually a hand you open from middle position or something?
I mean, just, you know, getting closer to the money there. I didn't have to. I mean, you know, under the gun 2, middle position, whatever I was. You know, there's a lot of folks still behind me that could obviously have better hands. I think I opened a little larger as well. And then, you know, flop was 3-3-7, 2 diamonds, and I bet almost full pot. Just committed myself, so. Yeah.
It does sound like there may be some mistakes in there, but you know, at the same time, getting it all in with a flush draw is rarely just like a huge punt.
Oh yeah.
You know, because it's very rare that you're up against a bigger flush draw. It's possible. It happens. It happened.
It happened. Yeah. Ace high wins. Don't you love that, right?
Yeah, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know. We can talk about it, but so you said you had 150K or something. And
Yeah.
what were the blinds at?
I think they were at 4.
What'd you do, Charlie? You took a bet that you would last.
So you had over 30 bigs. Okay.
They were at 6. No, I'm sorry. They were at 6.
12 to
Oh,
13?
so you only had 25 big blinds?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. No, it's
Check. Check.
we die on those hills, man.
We do.
That ain't no problem. Now, how you got to the hill and died on it is you know, always room for discussion and trying to hone in on like what you should have done. But I mean, dying on that hill is not a problem. I think it's always a good lesson, and it's one that is particularly challenging to really recognize and understand, is when we lose a hand, being able to discern if us losing the hand was part of the mistake or if how we lost the hand was like where the mistake came in. Not necessarily like the whole thing, right?
Oh yeah, that's fair.
And it sounds to me like you probably made mistakes along the way, but dying there is not at all a mistake. So there's a lot of nuance to these spots. So it's important to pay attention to the big picture, you know.
Faux show.
All right, Danny just on a gut shot the whole way is going to finish with the pair of 6s for effective 5th pair.
Raise.
Ruh-roh.
Charlie making 2 pair is going to bet 600 and get blasted at 3K.
A lot of green
is
chips.
the bet.
We didn't say Monday, but
That is a lot of green chips. And it
Charlie
just,
you
says,
can't play Friday.
yeah.
Two bets.
Charlie says, I'll just put 1 green chip in, and you can go ahead and ship all those over.
Ship over.
It doesn't matter to me.
Just let me know if you.
oh, well, Charlie said he was coming in to get Zach's chip. He's going to start by taking a whole big piece out of the green wall of China here. Look at all that. Oh, no. Danny said, I want to keep these. You take these, like, 1 case out of my pocket or something.
Get my mound goes over here. Give me some change. All reds is fine. Thank you.
Charlie already felt pretty confident with that 9 that he had flopped there, and then catching that king on the river was just a no-brainer. Slam dunk. Calling every time there, and Danny sends some chips over Charlie's way. Welcome to the table. And we had the last seat finally filled. It's our man Home. He's over there in the 8th seat. So fun lineup. Got Zach, Slick Rick, Esky Poker, Scott, our man Spooky, Danny Chen, Home, and of course the new player Logan.
I just said, your reader, I mean, you got it. Your game is fucking spot on, brother.
And some early needles.
You're just getting lucky right now. The whole world knows who you are.
Home is in the system as Homie tonight. Whether that's a intentional misprint or accidental.
Show me, Home.
Yeah, you could easily have to say
Flop flush draw here for Logan. Andis has the best hand with the queen high.
the green's where the tail.
He knows we don't have the bets. I thought the greens actually made it look stronger because like you're gonna dig and throw all your chips out there like that. What am I? I think just being
Single bet for a larger size. We'll just get it through.
Danny is going to add on. Let's see if he makes him bring him more green chips, or if he does keep those big boy chips out there. We got a 1K
I bet it goes more viral.
15 in black.
I was happy to make a reel. Somebody weird. I mean, I felt
Looks like he added 2,500 more.
Draw on.
Was that RJ? You're on 25 more?
if I'd have called X,
Yeah,
yeah,
so-
jumping out of the seat.
7.
Well, Free Panda, you really sort of juiced us up here in the chat.
Left us hanging.
Yeah, you got the story that's worse than the quad six.
We're good. Thank you.
I don't know what this is. Quad six. You mean the quad versus the control, I guess,
Yeah.
right? But and then just crickets in the chat. Come on, man, help us out. Meanwhile, I'm gonna gamble away. More my point. Yeah, I lose. Standard. Dude, I'm down to 1,000. I'm down to 1,100. I mean, it's straight down for me.
What was the peak?
I mean, I had like 5,000 points. I'm just straight down. It's insane.
You need to go to lower stakes, man.
Bro, I'm gambling 100 at a time. I had 5K. This is like massive.
Check your bankroll, bro. Check the bankroll, bro.
All right, I'm gonna start min betting. Will
Slick-
Lottie.
Slick Rick has a course on bankroll management. Charlie has a course on turning Broadway.
Yuki with the part draw, and Danny top and bottom pair. So everybody involved here with a chance to take the lead on the river. Charlie, though, with the pot small as it is like, I'll just call and we can kind of evaluate how we want to proceed on the river. And Spooky now with two people interested, just the 9 of hearts. Gonna be real weird if he makes his flush on the river, has the natural check, and then more bets go in, right? Like, how does he win this hand unless it just checks down? At which point is it even worth putting the money in? Wouldn't have got there. So good on him.
Unless they're moms or.
And now Danny with 2-piece and 8 of spades on the river, pretty innocuous. I imagine we'd see a block bet from most players, but Danny here not afraid to go for the big stuff. Says 800 and gets napped off.
Yeah.
Yeah, 800 into 12. So
7 seed.
45.
7 seed shipping chips over into the direction of our 1 seed. And Charlie up. Quick 5K through just 9 hands, and all courtesy
So she like
of the 7 seed.
Well,
Yes,
Charlie didn't even play all the hands either. You only went down like 3 hands ago, it feels like.
absolutely. Real Prince of Poker wanting to know if this is live. It absolutely is live. We're on a 15-minute delay commentary-wise, but we're watching live with you guys. Players are out there playing right now.
Yeah, and you need to win a hand, and then you need to show it. Just in the first one. Yeah.
One thing we always do say is if you get stacked and you leave, you owe the 800. If you don't, like in the middle, if you're in the middle of the game,
How do I say Elliot?
you can rebuy obviously.
Elliot,
and
if
you're
Queen
still-
8-3 flops,
You can't just
I'm
like
gonna give
leave
you
it.
$100.
Queen 8-3.
So let me know.
Yeah,
That'll be
yeah.
1,000.
I'll show the winning hand.
You almost hit it, Jack 7. Well, that was a good.
Yeah, Scott's Queen 8-3 and Zach's Jack 7 deuce game is on. Those two flops for either of those two players. One will owe the other $1,000. And of course, they take care of the dealer. Just a little random side prop bet that two gentlemen do.
Never that easy.
So what is she gonna do? Like, who's like riding?
Follow the spades here. Spooky making the call from the straddle. No spades in sight.
I thought she wanted to be in like a bat or.
I think she does. I'm not sure exactly what she's pursuing for a major, but
Yeah.
Bet 100.
she's been to it for a few years.
Yeah, they're cool animals. Yeah, definitely bring her out. You know, let me get. I'll make sure you guys are all taken care of. Yes, please.
Thanks, good.
I want more people in the picture. I know he's gonna win. Like there was a couple options for him that weekend, and I took the.
Fresh off of donating many $1,000 to Charlie in the 1
I just wanna
seed.
make sure I win. You
Danny is the first one to get rid of his
Oh, he's gonna win.
What did you show?
He'll win by a
He had
lot.
king, queen,
and Sticky Rick. I love it. We're going by Sticky Rick tonight, not even Slick Rick.
That's right. King or queen out there.
Was there a spade out there?
No,
Of course, you remember the last time we were on air and we got
Raise.
Sticky Rick putting his whole stack in with just ace high. 15,000 river bet right into Charlie. And Charlie wanted to call so bad. He just had a pair of sixes, which was like a third pair, fourth pair on that board.
Yep.
Almost made the call.
This clubs.
Slick getting that big old bluff through. That was a fun one, and it was right towards the end of the night when you were about to leave the show. So glad you stuck around for that one.
Yeah, that was pretty incredible. I mean, I did
Oh, you fine?
watch the rest of the stream. I had other things to do, but were there more fireworks after that, or was that kind of the big confrontation?
There was some more fireworks, yeah. It was definitely the kind of highlight of the evening for sure, as far as, you know, just oh my God moments, you know. Yeah, that would have been a big one had he found that call. He would have been able to afford maybe another whole room full of shoes. He's a shoe collector.
My dad, he was a mathematics teacher.
I think those shoes are a lot more expensive than you and I really recognize, right? The limited
so.
edition stuff. I bet he could get one real nice pair of shoes though that he might have his eye on for that pot, but certainly could be more than that as well. But yeah, there are like these entire worlds out there that I just have no idea about. Like I see like little bits and pieces of like collectible cards and, you know, unopened video games and all of this stuff that's just like baffling, the amounts that people are paying for this stuff just for like pure collector's items. But when it comes to sneakers and limited edition stuff and branded this and sponsored that, like I don't even know what's out there, man. But it sounds crazy.
Yeah. Oh, thank you for answering those questions there for us, Mr. Dex. We'll get you on the payroll. But yeah, absolutely.
I don't mind it.
How long did you play?
Texas is great for poker,
Because I wish I would got some of your
and Texas Card House is definitely where you want to be. We've got 6 locations. This one right here in Dallas. We have another club just down the road in the Irving area, Las Colinas. Aaron is down there in the Austin area, the state capital, at TCH Social.
Scott said he used to walk out of the
A couple clubs in Houston and one close to the Rio Grande Valley area of
I got home.
Edinburgh, Texas.
I go home though.
Not too far from the coastline, so
I got a mic.
And you knew I wasn't folding 5.
Texas Card House, definitely.
When I called
Texas poker is alive and well, and it's kicking.
like a queen or something.
Yeah, here we
Is this
go.
the reincarnation of that one guy?
I think so.
Wouldn't slap, but everybody
Just bring a bag of cash, and I'm sure
call it, I was wrong. Just
you could find some big dogs to play with you, and we'll put it on stream.
Great.
So plays in your, you can't just.
For 1 million, 2 million, Eric, but that's just me. That's just, I mean, you know, that's just
You
me.
know,
WSOP play money.
poker, so
Yeah.
I got mine up to like 47 million at one time.
you have to flush
Nice,
out.
dude.
Just straight crushing it, whatever.
Dude, yeah, all in, bro. Dude of a elite.
Yeah, I had lots of crowns and whatever else they give you.
Raise 300.
I felt pretty good about myself back then.
I should have known Charlie wasn't in the folding that he did today.
No, we appreciate you joining us. Of course, we're just joking around. But if you do indeed actually want to play, we'd be more than happy to get you in on this action. 10 and a quarter with the $50 straddle on almost exclusively. So, you know, you want to get in, we got a spot for you, buddy.
Absolutely. Kansas Coolers joined us. Says Charlie is just style itself. That's right. He definitely is.
I'm thinking of a particular club.
3 players.
Bought a pair of jacks here for homie. He's got the best hand by a mile.
250.
Good stuff.
You an oyster man, Eric?
No, sir. No, sir.
No, sir.
No, sir. No swallowing snot rockets for this guy.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I feel sorry for you, man. Your palate is just so bland.
Yeah, my palate's doing just fine.
Yeah.
We like chewing our foods.
You chew an oyster if you want to enjoy the damn thing.
Yeah, I just can't do it, man. Texture, everything, just not for me. Tell me why, though. Did you find a new oyster place in Austin?
Not a new one, but my girlfriend and I were going to go to a oyster happy hour tomorrow at a longtime staple of the Austin area, quality seafood. It's sort of you know, it's kind of got interesting mix of like 40 years or something like that of history in the Austin area. You know, so it's like a longtime staple, well known, like, you know, sort of reputation. And then also like you go in there and it's kind of like cafeteria looking, like seating. You're like on these, not quite like picnic tables, but almost like that. The vibe in there is just very relaxed. You know, there's like counters that you go up to like order your food at or whatever. But it's just a very chill vibe, and it's just, you go there to eat seafood, right? You get fried clam strips, calamari, shrimp, you know, fish and chips. It's just like everything's gonna look, you know, that off, you know, shade of beige, like everything's the same color. You know, it's all just fried, but it's delicious. And they also have like a very cool oyster special on Wednesday. So we're going to go hit that up tomorrow. We're going to get some Gulf oysters. We're getting some East Coast oysters. They got drink specials. Yeah, it's going to be a good
stuff. Well, I'm always willing to give foods a second and third try. Maybe some fried oysters. But all that other stuff sounded delicious. We are on a 15-minute delay. That's how we run this game. Of course, keep the players off the technology and phones and whatnot up here on the stage. Keep the integrity of the game. There is our lovely game host who gets these lineups put together. That's Miss Mallory in the background there. If you'd like to play on our Tuesday night big game, it's at Mallory Poker on Instagram. Let her know a little bit about yourself, and she'll try to get you on.
Sticky Ricky out of the way with the two deuces. Logan, though, is going to commit the better part of half of his stack with the ace-queen from out of position here. So he's going to need to find a piece of this or just go with it. And he does have the ace of clubs, sort of the best thing about his hand here on the 9-high board. And Zach with SPR, like basically 1/2, yeah, has no option but to go all in and hope that his opponent is just going to haul it off with ace-jack suited or muck his hand. Take a look around. Folds the ace of clubs face up, and that is a huge win for Zach, considering that he just takes that pot down.
Give your mid card away?
Yeah. Against, you know, what would have chopped on every run out.
Wait, no, how are you supposed to call? If I have the nip.
A solid bit of damage there for our man Logan. Is going to go down substantially from what he had built up to, buying in for the 3K, and now in the hole after that one. So wait, so you don't like oysters? Do you like sushi?
Oh yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
sure I've asked you about this. But you
yeah,
like,
love
and
sushi.
you're fine with sashimi as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. So purely a texture thing for the oysters.
Yeah, just not a fan. I can force it down. I just not a fan.
No, I get that. I definitely have a bit of like a texture boundary or whatever, where it's like there are certain things I'm just not into. Like, never could eat the like really spongy, squishy, raw tofu, like whatever that is. I just can't do it.
Danny.
So I get it. There are certain things that are just not for us. But I will say that my experiences over the years, you know, I'm by no means like sophisticated when it comes to my knowledge of different oysters and blah blah blah. But man, I'm a big fan.
Did I win?
You won.
Tell him what he
Flavor that
wants.
you just can't get in any other place. As Charlie's gonna take this one down.
Guys, Scott runs bad.
Yeah, just call me with everything.
Button right, banker.
I thought you were gonna run good.
You got enough points to roll?
No, I don't. Unfortunately, I have one.
I've gone the whole night.
I agree with Dex. This stuff is rigged.
That's also like if you took every hand I had.
Kansas Cooler found a win. He's the only one tonight.
Raise one.
Well, he started with 34 and now he's got 35. So.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, half of it is just like getting your money back.
Yeah,
I
you
guess.
got a freebie there, a push. Rocky Mountain oysters. Yeah, I'll eat the heck out of some of those.
Oh god.
You just got to pull the hairs out first.
All right.
Strong like bull.
It's possible.
Yeah. All right, heads up here. Logan putting in the 3-bet on the button with the king queen. Eski makes the call, 6-5 suited, and we got top pair versus flush draw. I dare say we're about to get a lot of chips in the middle, Eric.
Yeah, 600. And 600 and quick rip.
All right, call.
Once or twice.
Twice as fun.
Twice. They say
Yes,
twice.
you did, young lady. Sorry, Lexi. Uh-oh, more outs.
More outs there.
Oh, it's the 7 of spades. The kid just runs so pure.
Run it twice. Can he fade the spade on the second run out? He can. And Logan will keep his stack and half of what's in the middle. So doesn't get completely owned.
Does try to release that knit button, and Eliud, the dealer, says, no, no, no. That's not how that works. Only if you win that top board.
Work for that one.
He's going to get Eski out of the woods, though, so he'll join the winner's club as about half of the field still remaining.
Post another one today.
Well, good time since Lexi joined us to mention a PLO. Sorry, the voice is cracking tonight.
I should have folded.
Who did?
PLO tournament coming up. It is the PLO Madness tourney. We're doing Sunday, April the 12th at 1 p.m. It is a $300 buy-in, 30K guarantee PLO tournament, so that ought to be fun. And of course, this coming Saturday and next Saturday, we're doing the Lone Star Showdown back-to-back weekends. 250 buy-in, 50K guarantee for that Hold'em tournament. But the PLO Madness, something new they're doing on Sunday, April 12th, 1 p.m. Come on out.
Yeah, that's why I was. That's why it became
Dude, those PLO tournaments are so amazing, right? Like, sort of standard fare in your normal, like, $300, $400 buy-in sort of environment in a Hold'em tournament is that, like, max late reg, you come in and there's something like 45% of the field remaining, right? And there's still quite a lot of play until you get into the money. In those PLO tournaments, I swear to God, at the end of registration, there's like 28% of the field remaining. You know, it's just like, what? There's so many people that are just out, which means there's a lot of chips in those people's hands that are still in. And so, like, the max late reg does feel a little bit dusty, but you only have to survive for a little while to make it into the money. Pretty fun. Charlie can do no wrong. I'm not sure he's really lost a pot if he's decided to play it. Ask the flop. He'll pick up another one. Chipping up over 11,000 in front. He's up 6K now.
Let's go.
There you go. Just two players up there in the green. It is Charlie and Zach. And, of course, Charlie did say pre-stream he was coming after Zach's chips tonight. And they're the two big stacks. And they are neighbors in the 1 and the 2 seat. Give Zach a little bit of the upper hand here just because he's got position, but obviously position only goes so far if you get involved in a big cooler type situation. But it'll be fun to see those two battle, and Zach, you know, having that position will be more incentivized to battle it out with him. We'll see what happens.
There's a Togo shortage nationwide. Do they have that? Oh yeah, I need to buy some.
Hey, hand one.
We can't buy that.
Fun's good.
I'm trying to read Mallory's shirt there. It says something in Popeye. Popeye rocking the Michael Jordan gear.
He really does.
He's good, man.
She's always dressed to kill.
Nice guy.
Cool style.
Yeah, I mean, my son plays next to him in our game sometimes. He's 15 and he would hold it.
Yeah, Scott's son I've met before. He's 15 and I think he's like 6'3" and wears a size 15 shoe. He's a big old kid.
I got it at the church.
15 shoe.
Yeah.
That kid over there, I mean, like, not like I'm being cocky. Like,
I don't know, man. I think I'm glad. Like, I wear a 13, and so like I can go into most stores, and like 13 is like the top end of what's actually going to be on the shelf. You never see a flip. Anything over 13, they're just not going to have it. So like, yeah, kind of got into the top end there of what's available.
the tables changed. Yeah, I know.
Got to be weird, right? It's like you have to find specialty stores just to shop for normal
6 or 7
things.
when I was in your room. Yeah, 6 is my buddy's name's Carson.
That's
What size shoe are you rocking, Eric?
No.
We don't need to put my shoe size out there, buddy.
Wait, really?
It honestly depends. Usually in between 9 and 10, depending on the style of shoe. 10, very rare, so usually a 9.5 for my little 5'9" ass. But
yeah, I mean,
if I was rocking a 13, I would definitely look like a clown. But Kansas Cooler with a great question, asking about new felt for the table. We need new felt, or at least a cover of those old Trailblazer stickers that somebody needs to take the iron to, as they are a little wrinkled.
in from Homie here, rivering the top pair with the jack on board kick in. Sticky Ricky, though, had made the straight, snaps him off, and gonna ship all of the chips.
Front row.
Homie up away from the table, snap up and away, presumably to go reload, as he was just told, like, you know, we're in the middle of the net game.
Three of us.
I mean, I'll take him back. No, he said he's coming back.
He says he's coming back.
Yeah, you kind of need to get back in as quickly as possible, right? Maybe that's why he jumped up so quick, is to like go get more chips before somebody else wins a hand, right? It's him and two opponents in the net game still.
Absolutely. I think that is Dina there in the chat saying she's ready to come deal some heat. She normally is one of our dealers and swapped times, so she's going to be our second dealer tonight. We will see you soon, young lady.
Kansas Cooler already ready for a felt upgrade.
Yeah.
Now that the Trailblazer Season 2 has officially come to its conclusion.
defense.
We've had the orange for quite some time now. I've really grown accustomed to it, and I kind of like it. But I'd like to submit my request for bright yellow for the next one. What do you think?
A little how about mellow yellow? You know, not quite so bright.
Yeah.
Well, which kind of we already had that though, didn't we? We had the queso.
Type of Coke.
Drink Coke?
I was not that big of a fan of the queso felt.
Powder diet always.
It probably wasn't electric yellow enough.
No.
That's my guess.
What line?
That's up.
I can't drink on lunch.
Well, how dare I? I called
I just got I've acquired.
Tyler Dina. It's Tyler that's going to be coming in and dealing the heat. Third tonight.
Awesome. And they had like a.
Well, there you go, Aaron. You've got somebody who agrees with you.
You had them?
Kansas Cooler is feeling the yellow.
Hell yeah. That way the bumblebees can just get lost in the felt, you know? It's like you don't know, somebody's just got like 20K in 5K chips, you don't even know they're there. Makes for some good angling. Love it. For kid, of course, but I don't know.
Right over there, Daniel.
It's a challenging thing, right, to pick a good color scheme for a felt that's going to be there for weeks on end.
Ooh, I like the San Diego Charger powder blue. Well, LA Charger. But yeah, that can work.
I like it.
We can't let Charlie design the felt though, because there would just be too many colors. It would be beautiful to look at until you got chips on the table.
You don't need any. You don't get all the glory.
I feel like Charlie, you do a great job designing your new garage floor. You know, the beautiful epoxy that he could probably put together. But I don't know about a poker table. But you want to watch it on
Is that the
TV.
only event you played?
2 tenths for Danny. 10.55 is the wager.
Neither one of y'all have any big chips?
And we got a couple of hands that wanted to see a flop, but doubtful as far as a continue.
You got it. Damn, Daniel. You're coming back already. Come up. I'm trying to jinx them real quick.
Oh, did you check on the tender one? They have it now. Thank you. The best bowl.
All right, 3 players in the green here. Charlie still up the most, but Zach and Sticky Ricky. Okay, so an add-on got counted as a win for Sticky Ricky, right? Oh no, he stacked. Excuse me, he stacked home.
He did. Yep.
Yeah, today's the last day.
I got it today.
Oh, today's the last day.
Yeah, I got it today. It's still there.
I want to do that for the match.
I just did it.
Raise 125.
Yeah.
I don't think I did the look. Just in case I want to.
Turn around to Charlie in the big straddle. He will make the call. Ace-6, ace-5. Well, chop it up if we get no down. Most likely.
I had an extra one myself.
Indeed, that's where we're headed. However, Sticky Ricky bet flop. Will he bet turn? No, he will not. And there's a pair for Sticky Ricky. The 5s and 3s will be good if we get. Charlie is going to lead out, and there's just not enough out there to scare him away. He'll make the call.
Not like that.
River owned.
Not like that. If I check, he probably bets 3.
Now, I did hear the players talking about it. If you are in the room, today is the last day
I want that too.
to get your 9 for 99 special here. Of course, normally it's $14 an hour to play here. It is going to be $11 if you buy the 9 for 99 special. You can buy 1 per club per day. You can drive over to Las Colinas from Dallas and get that second one. So definitely want to load up. That saves you $3 an hour if you get the 9 for 99 special. Ends today.
All right,
Tell you what, that's a good deal right there.
That's a good special right there.
I'll take a couple of them.
But only if it came with a order of fries and a Milwaukee's Best.
A couple of oysters.
And a can of Copenhagen.
Raise 625.
That's country. I don't care who you are. Like you threw the oysters in.
Yeah, we're trying to class it up a little bit. They're Gulf oysters, so you know, not that.
I would
That Saskatchewan bullshit.
definitely much prefer to swallow the oysters than the Copenhagen. That's for sure. Bad memories with the Copenhagen.
Gotta gut it right down.
Sticky Ricky and Logan are getting it in here. Logan trying to get rid of that knit button. He's got the beautiful ace queen. He's facing the sixes.
Looking grim.
Hey, the ace on the river.
Barry Greenstein.
Hello, Barry.
You know the vibes.
Now has a free roll to
You know the
pick up a
vibes.
second round, but he's going to need the help still. Ace, queen, or nine doesn't come.
I thought the 9 was coming. I thought the red 9 on the river was coming. The 9 of diamonds.
That would have been the dirtiest way to take that one. To the full scoop.
He's coming. Spooky, he's coming.
And Home and Spooky are the last two. Home has still not come back from
Come on, homie.
his quick break after getting felted. He's going to buy back
You haven't lost
in.
the Nick game yet. You haven't lost yet.
He's got the
It's heads
fresh
up.
cash,
Just got heads up. He's
reload ready.
got a real good chance.
Well, Zach just called him homie. Are we? I think maybe we're being told here by the spelling tonight, like that we should be calling him homie, not home. Like maybe it was always homie, even with the different spelling, and we just have been butchering it this time. Is it possible, Eric?
Or that they just all gave up and they just call him homie. We'll call him homie tonight.
I mean, if Sticky Ricky's going to change his name to Sticky Ricky, Homie changes it to homie, we're calling him homie. And maybe it was meant to be. Maybe that's just what it is.
He's the homie with the good hair. I know that.
Oh,
This poker thing doesn't work out for him. He could definitely be a hair model. Vidal Sassoon is calling.
He was just on a song with Morgan Wall.
Ooh, Jack, small blind battle here as Charlie. Oh, thought he was coming in for a raise, but he's using green chips to make the call.
Zach not feeling the love tonight with that 6-9 of hearts.
Yeah, that's horrible.
That is horrible.
How do you not get in there? You would have flopped top pair, dude. The data is clear. Get in there. Spooky with a big incentive to win this pot has just queen high, and Charlie is like, well, 2 overs and a club.
There it is.
I don't want to let you have
That's
this
serious.
one, but I could just fold and we get a splash spot.
I'm excited to see.
That's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, Charlie is incentivized to play the splash pot on his button. So it actually benefits him to just fold and let Spooky win, which is kind of dirty for Homie, but it's part of the meta game, so it's not out of the question. It's not like he colluded. He's just sort of doing what's best for himself. It happens to benefit Spooky as well.
King, queen, I almost just ripped it.
And he's going to do 2 splash pots for $400 instead of 1 $800 splash pot. So that's how they do it here on this stream, folks. The loser of the knit game has to pay $100 per head of his opponents there and goes into a splash pot. They can choose to do it in 1 pot or 2. Homie has decided to do 2 $400 splash pots.
I don't want to see anything.
Are you ahead? Just don't feel shot at.
Queen high would have been fun for all of us, except you.
Just don't feel C2 in and then bring your hand.
So he's splash pot is not here, Charlie?
No,
King queen. With the king in front.
Yeah, 400 next time for.
Huh?
So I had the pleasure of meeting Simon
Hold it
Britt.
quick, Scott.
Oh, nice.
Came down to Austin to play the final stop of the Trailblazer Tour. We managed to find ourselves at the same table in a couple of tournaments. I think I was only able to really chat with him in the last one, but had an opportunity to kind of chat with him a little bit and hear a little bit about the history of his sort of come up in poker. He's relatively new to the sort of full-time scene here just in the last couple of years, but really pretty cool. I mean, guys just on an absolute heater, right? Came in first year. Maybe you already knew this, Eric, but first year he goes out to Vegas to play WSOP, gets second out of like 21,000 entries in the gargantuan, whatever, the $300 buy-in.
Before the race,
I mean, what a way to start your poker career, huh?
Did you speak his presence into existence? Because there he is, just showing up in the chat. What's up, Simon?
Yo, what's up, dude?
Yeah.
Like my trainer will know. Like, so you can
Yeah, no, it was great. It was great chatting with him. It was funny too because it was like I had no idea who he was, and then you had been talking him up, you'd been gassing him up, and then he was in the chat one night, whatever, right? So it was just kind of like in the ether, and then he was my immediate left. We were playing, and he made it to the final table in the free roll.
Absolutely.
So congratulations.
That's
on
what he
the deep
does.
run.
Welcome to the
right.
chat, Mr. Simon, and obviously congrats on some more of that run good. We've been accustomed to seeing from you, brother. Made Texas his new home, and he appears to be more than enjoying it, so love seeing that. Especially when it happens to somebody who's a good person. Most of the guys that we have on our stream are good people, but no, he's a staple in this short time in our poker community. Love seeing it.
I didn't think I lived this long.
Yeah, it's really cool to meet Simon, and it was, I only got to watch for a little bit the final table the other night, but calling it off with the ace deuce, obviously, like just always one of those sort of eye roll spots, but putting it in there and able to win that one to sort of propel you into the later stages of the tournament. Coming in fourth place, a great run. But how the hell did you not win, bro? Like apparently you just win every tournament you play. So I don't know, a little disappointed, but I guess you're coming back down to earth a little bit. You get a fourth place finish instead of a ship.
Big old flop here for Scott. He's going to check. And rip.
Yeah, I give Zach the king of hearts with that, and he's not going anywhere, but king of diamonds no good.
Somebody call the clock.
Call. I'll take my chance.
Kings in the front.
Really?
No.
Yeah, it's just I was trapping.
Could you really?
No.
With your queen of hearts.
Zach's such a little
I don't know, you
shit.
could have. I was thinking about going crazy pre-flop.
Hell yeah. Go DJ. Okay. Thank you.
And our favorite Kiwi has joined us. Hello, Kiwi. Joining us from New Zealand.
What's up, lady?
She was hanging out with us last night, watching that final table of the even bigger one.
Nice hand, Scott.
Thanks, brother.
I'm just giving this to him.
I
Across
just
the
had the
table.
good old 6 high.
Oh, did you?
Any local legends at the final table last night?
I'm terrible with last names. I know the guy's first name. The guy that won it, his name is Nick. Nicholas. He's I've actually seen him on another stream at another room down in Austin, Round Rock, a year or so ago, where he made a big final table down there. But he's definitely a tournament regular here. Plays some 1-2 as well, and has had some really nice scores. But yeah, he took that down for 47,000. Good heads-up battle with a guy named Darius, who's been making some runs here lately, and second place was 33,000 last night. So a lot of fun. A little over 4.5 hours. So we were here pretty late last night, but a lot of fun.
Excellent.
300.
Jack 10 of diamonds, Eric. What do you think about this hand?
I'm still tilted.
Residual trauma engaged.
Yeah. Oh, and it's my buddy too, Mr. Krabs is what he goes by in the chat, but he just had a big birthday and he was on the button with that ace-6 of diamonds, and I was just like, oh, I can get him off an ace here. Well, I could have, except for he had the diamonds too. And I was hoping he, Mr. Krabs, made it to the final table himself with my chips, but made a pretty decent run on day 2 himself.
Start at 100.
I was surprised actually to see that our man Trung Pham didn't make the final table. He had a relatively deep run, I think, as well on day 2. But
Friday.
a lot of folks made it pretty deep that we're used to seeing on there, but a lot of new faces too, so that's cool.
I want a very little bit. I want a little bit. My wife's through the party. Going through the other party.
Right.
For the family, you know, like this.
4K.
Ugly.
Yeah, that's not fun. No family.
325 from Spooky and
It was a good game. We played late.
Rip City from Charlie. Is this?
No.
Okay.
Lucas is playing.
Yeah.
We played late.
Charlie just gonna give him the business. He says, "Well, everybody else is out of the pot, and I got Ace Jack, so you know, take it or leave it."
That's blackjack.
Thank you.
All right, so Home is down a good 6K, and Danny down 4K. Big winner still Charlie.
I'm good now. I'd rather have been an 8K pot.
Real confrontations here between Charlie and Zach, yeah, but hopefully that will come to fruition at some point. Zach is going to open this one. 150 to go from middle position with Queen Jack offsuit.
I let y'all play that.
And wow, just like that, take it down.
We were litigious in there, talk to you.
Aaron, what's the official kickoff date for the WSOP circuit event? Is it the 23rd of April?
That sounds right.
20 tries to count your chips.
I don't have it committed to memory, so I can't quite tell you for certain, but that sounds right. It's definitely the back end of April. Yeah, about a week left in April. I can pull up the Poker Atlas to confirm.
I was like, Ryan, verify this.
But yeah, going to run for a couple of weeks. We've got a number of really cool events. Like, it's not very often that you go to a WSOP circuit stop and see Deuce 7 single draw ring event on the schedule, right? Like this is not a thing that happens. What do you know? TCH Social in Austin, WSOP circuit coming through, and that is on the menu. Okay, I can't pull it up here for whatever reason.
We'll see who wants this pot here. We got another Jack pairing on the turn. Sticky Ricky with that open ender.
700.
So apparently we're like right at the cutoff, something right at 3 weeks on Poker Atlas that it won't show up on here, and the event is not in there. So for whatever it's worth, I can't confirm or deny when exactly it starts, but you're right in the right area there. It's towards the end of April.
There it is, April 23rd to May 4th.
Is that available on the website, just not on Poker Atlas? Is that
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So we can do that.
Website and AI confirms.
You start. I'm going to take it.
It's cool though, the second you click on the website, boom, it pulls up 22 days, 15 hours, 59 minutes, and 20 seconds. WSOP circuit event will be at Texas Card House.
Is the full schedule on there as well? I mean, I'm about to pull this up myself,
Yes, sir.
but
It sure is.
okay. Wow, love it. I need to see the Deuce 7.
Right.
I'm gonna go grab myself a hot tea with some honey, so I will be right back. We gotta get this voice working.
Very good. For anybody who's interested, the very first event there on April 23rd is going to be a 100K guaranteed single day event. How freaking cool is that? $400 buy-in, 100K guaranteed, 1 day to start things off at WSOP Circuit in Austin. Absolutely amazing. And then later that day, in the afternoon, going to be the very first starting flight of the mini main ring event, 500K guarantee, which will have starting flights through the weekend. Go to TexasCardHouse.com, navigate down just a little bit. The page, you'll be able to click the WSOP circuit little button, and it will bring up the entire schedule so that you can check that out. Really freaking cool.
Very well written.
Ladies event for a ring, 20K guarantee. We got multiple side events. We got a seniors event, an 18 mix with 20K guarantee. Of course, we got milestone satellite, and then there it is, the ring event, 20K guarantee, deuce to 7, no limit, single draw on Wednesday, April 29th, 3 p.m. Event number 12. If you aren't there, you are square. Let's go.
Or is it Nine of the Dragon?
Black 10's here for Scott. Ooh. King Jack suited for Logan. Good enough for just a call from the small blind. And Zach will come along from the straddle position as well. 3 real hands involved. And 6-5 flop. 9s and 10s going to be feeling pretty good. Logan here with just backdoor hearts to go with the overcards. Probably going to get priced out of this after bet and call, but oh, excuse me. Yeah, he's man in the middle even, with Zach doing a check up front. Bet of 400. Zach will make the call. To a turn we go. 1425 in the middle. And the card gets, or the board gets more connected. 7 of clubs. Checky, checky, and straight on board. Zach here with a clear shot at taking this away, holding the 9s. Unlikely that he'll have 8-9 at a high frequency, but he'll have it, and he blocks the shit out of it. So, yeah, give the business. All in, baby. Okay, it's still an overbet, not quite all in, but he is still dropping the hammer, and Scott makes the call quickly. He says, yeah, you don't have an 8.
No. That gave it away. You don't have an 8. It's too big. You wouldn't bet that much.
I would do the same thing with an 8.
Wow.
I feel like 600.
I probably jammed.
That's why I called. Still
Yeah, I
called.
would have jammed.
Still called.
I can tell you didn't have it the way you bet.
Yeah, thanks.
Scott goes double inside out,
I'm
upside
curious
down.
about that.
You bet too much, therefore I
There's
call.
no way
You
that's an
bet
8.
less, I
You're not
fold.
betting that much.
You gotta think
Less
about
than
it.
a
You're,
I
thousand
mean,
Zach, he's not you. You gotta think about it the way Scott's thinking.
That's right.
Yeah.
Very good point.
When you bet, you gotta think about the
Now
way Scott
Zach
thinks.
getting a little less in here.
There's
You can't think about it like you think about it. You gotta think about it like Scott thinks
I bet
about it.
75% when I have them on that board.
Yo.
Yeah. 600 I called.
It's gonna be polarizing to bet on that board.
Snap 2,000.
I love it, the
Snaps
clash of
2K, you know,
cultures here.
He snaps 1K.
Well, you bet 2,200.
No, give me the snap 1K.
Not both.
Love Scott so much. Oh, drop a deuce in the chat if
If
you
he
love
knows I don't have
Scott.
it, just jam him.
No, he just calls. So.
No, I don't call. Against you, you
Let's
never
go,
have a
Like
bluff.
if you would have bet any more
What
or
a
any
legend.
less, he would have folded. So you played it the worst way you could have.
Thanks. The only amount he would have called.
Yeah.
The only exact amount he called. 2300.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big Jordan fan.
I mean, the great news for Zach is that, you know, if this situation ever comes up in the future, which something similar just might, he'll be like, okay, if I bet really big, he's just going to think I'm bluffing. So when he has it, he just gets the max.
He's too young to run.
Still second Jordan.
Bird, Jordan says Bird.
He says Bird. Okay, that's not
Jordan
even
says Bird.
Yeah,
Jordan.
I
Don't
can
make
that.
it
I mean, it was a good call. Like, he chops the pot. It's great. I'm not so sure that I would, as Scott, let the cat out of the bag, so to speak. Of being, yeah, if you bet less, I would have folded and, you know, sort of announced your strategy. But, it, you know, it was a good call. It was a great call.
Here we go, Spooky.
Hard to
Here we
argue
go.
with Jordan's.
Here we go.
Let's go.
You got a gooder?
Heads up.
Esky, Spooky, Battle of the Aces. It's a gut shot in the backdoor versus a superior queen kicking.
You think if they asked Jordan right now who the best shot player ever was, he'd say Bird?
That's what he said. He just interviewed him.
Really?
To Larry Bird.
When?
6 months ago.
Really?
On Instagram. Yeah.
Spooky continues for 150, and Esky
The Bird says
will
Jordan.
continue with just a call. Definitely room for a check raise here, given his
No, it's Bird said Jordan.
sort of connection with the board. But ace high seemingly good enough. Check, check on the turn, and 10 of spades changes nothing. The queen is kicking, and Esky here, as played, yeah, just gonna check and try to get to showdown with a winner, but the ace 4 is no good.
Give me a second. I wish I had a five. Really?
Uh-oh, did Scotty win a big one? I see Ari in the chat saying, nice one, Dad.
Sorry.
It wasn't a win, it was a chop, but it was a pocket 10s versus pocket 9s, with Scott having the 2 10s, Zach with the 2 9s. Shaping up for a nice pot for Scott. Nothing too crazy or anything. The board was a little bit too connected. 4 to a straight on the turn, and then the board straight on the river. Zach went for the overbet. Scott looked him up very quickly, just snapped him off. They chopped the pot, and as they were sort of collecting their winnings, Scott told Zach, if you bet 600 or 1,000, I would have folded. and then there was a big, you know, conversation around the table, everybody chiming in about whether or not you should be polarizing and going big, or you know, betting small or whatever. And it was, you know, it was sort of, it was interesting fun. But Scott definitely from a different school of thought than some of the younger guns. You know,
I love it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So I dropped the juice in the chat for my love for Scott. Nobody else did, but you know what? Whatever. I love me some Scott around here. Man is a legend. And it was a great call. I mean, he called an overbet to chop the pot. Was correct.
How about a delayed deuce?
Yeah, I like it.
Team Scott all the way.
2 aces for Zach. Very favorable flop here. Got the backdoor club working in case there's any sort of nastiness in the works, but homie is done.
Just the birds. No big deal. I saw Scott's lovely daughter out playing in the room as well, so shout out to Miss Shada.
Herbertson family unite.
That's right.
If I was in, I would have check raised.
Got our black chip bounty tournament going on as well. Not sure how many players are in it, but I walked outside and saw quite a few tournament crushers out there. One of the greatest black chip bounty tournaments you will find. It's a 10K guarantee, $300 buy-in, but $100 for every person you knock out. So it gets pretty fun pretty early in that tournament. And our very own GM Jay, who just celebrated a birthday yesterday, he's out there splashing around. So
let's go, Jay.
See if he can't run up a nice one and get some bounties.
battle of the red cards here, and 2 red, 1 black on the flop. Logan with a flush draw, middle pair for Scott, and 1 over backdoors for Sticky Ricky. He'll take a stab on the button, and Logan not going anywhere. It looks like he's going to continue for a call.
I think Jack 8 deuce is closer than Jack Queen is, just because it's close, and 8's close to a 7. I think that makes it closer.
Picks up a gut shot to go with the or diamonds here on the turn. Sticky Ricky picking up a gut shot of his own.
No, I was
People always say like they have pocket 7s and come in the game and like, oh, it's really close, but like it's just arbitrary. That can work.
Their wager here, 2/3 from Sticky Ricky, 600 to go.
Not one of them.
It's just not your card.
Logan cutting out calling chips. It's always a little bit weird to just like launch it in here for everything on a combo draw, but I kind of prefer that to the call. He will make the call. SPR equal to 1. He drills the diamond on the end. Sticky Ricky controlling the king of diamonds and has just king high. I'm not sure how we aren't all in as Sticky Ricky, and Logan gonna just absolutely love this with a snap call.
I would put him up.
Headed down that road, one would imagine. What do you think, Eric?
And then you. And
There it is.
Then it's like Wilkes soup.
Big old hand for Mr. Logan. Welcome to Texas Card House. Get rid of the knit button and get you a double, young man.
And that is a real big one for Logan. I mean, he'd been suffering a little bit, having gone down to the felt earlier. That's going to get him up a solid amount. I guess he didn't actually go down. No, he didn't go down
He
to the
chopped
felt.
twice. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he chopped it all in. But now, solidly in the positive. He's up actually over a full buy-in.
Let's go. Let's go.
Just 24.
Yeah, nothing really to be done there though for Sticky Ricky. You're just you're sort of handcuffed to it when you take this line, you pick up the FP and then you river the diamond. I mean, what are you gonna do? Not try to push the guy off of one pair?
Kiwi letting us know she's going back into the hospital for the next 3 days. So, friends, y'all out in the chat, wish Kiwi some luck. Keep her in your prayers. She might miss a stream or two, but like Aaron said, we definitely will be thinking of you. You're always with us in spirit for sure. If you miss a stream here and there, we forgive you.
Raise 150.
Yeah, just 3 days next week. Hopefully, an even shorter stint. Maybe you get out of there a little earlier. At the very least, we hope that whatever you're in for this time around is nothing but green lights. That's right. To you.
This would be very sticky.
It is. Is Scott about to be done real dirty? Probably not.
Probably not. And he's going to come out swinging. Baseball season is here. He's wearing that John Rocker jersey. He's ready to go. He's ready to take a swing.
Just pots it. Yeah, pots it right out. Says, come and get it, buddy. I got a flush draw, 2 overs. Not full.
Scott, I put you on that. Would you fold it if you went all in? You didn't have a chair.
Well, Sticky Ricky, he's got a good meal in front of him here. A couple of Taco Bell value items, and maybe a few oysters for $45.
I should have bet the least for the other night.
Don't tell everybody your secrets, man.
Especially Happy Hour Wednesday.
Take a big you would have done this. Like, oh, of course.
I like it.
I'm gonna take a picture of my oyster tomorrow. I'm gonna send you a picture.
Yeah.
Just don't take a picture of your Rocky Mountain ones.
Level up
Uh,
Since you are from Colorado, technically your oysters would be Rocky Mountain oysters.
yeah, damn right they are.
All right, got Daniel Diaz in the chat saying, "Let's go, Charlie." Nickname's Duck. He says, "Give him hell, Duck."
Right? What is more likely?
So open call and rebet from Ricky back over to Charlie, who started things off with the King 10-0 from early position. Should just be a real easy fold, but a call from Zach and then a big free bet, perhaps thinking that this is the time to just 4-bet and take it away, as he knows that Rick is just going to be a little bit wider than probably most of the players at the table in this spot. I don't hate the idea, but yeah, the combo is just like, if you do it down here, you're just going to be doing it way too much. He's going to get shown the 10-8 suited. Would have gotten through with the 4-bet, so had the right idea. A little bit surprising that Zach didn't just 3-bet the Jack-10 suited, honestly, right? You've got too many players to get through, especially with Rick to your immediate left. I just think that the 3-bet with the Jack-10 makes way more
Very
sense.
entertaining.
Benitez gets me again.
Well, you have all his money, he has the video.
Those are the videos that do the best, are the ones where I lose, because everyone's in the comment section flaming me. Like, how bad
Uh-oh. I'll check that out, David.
They're well respected by people that play, so you don't have to.
Yeah, I don't give a
Right, you know you're a great player.
Yeah, I don't give a
And anyone
Yeah, I
that
saw that posted as well, so
No, that's what I want.
definitely watching that
We all
after
have the
this.
same hand, though, so it's definitely coming like
3 players.
Yeah, so this Daniel is the knit game.
I mean, I don't want.
Everybody that's got a knit button remaining in front of them has to win a hand and then has to show their winning hand to get rid of that button. And then the last player holding one of those has to pay $100 for the other 8 players. And they can either do that in an $800 splash pot or they can split it up into 2.
Dude, I need to get one.
They'll do this
I need to reach out.
probably 4 or 5 times tonight, then call it the knit game with those knit
Do
buttons.
a bunch of, like, other people who.
All right, just got word from Mallory that we do have like actual just full-on typo in the name right here. We have been pronouncing it correctly. It is Home, and it is going to be correct.
And speak of the devil, not that he's the devil, but Home gonna go ahead and river that big straight there. Nice hand. Aaron, I'm sipping on a hot ginger lemon tea with honey to try to get this voice working a little better tonight, but I'm looking at the little tag here on the tea bag, and it says over 300 years of experience for this tea company. And I'm thinking to myself, that's a whole lot of tea they've been making. 300 years.
Well, you remember, the United States had a lot of tea involved in its
They sure did.
birthing.
The Boston Tea Party, huh?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah, tea goes back a long ways, man. Human beings been enjoying a lot of brewed beverages for a long, long time. It's something we can be counted upon to enjoy. And I'm partial to the honey ginger myself. Definitely one of my go-tos when I'm not participating in the fermented beverage department. I tend to go with the extra lemon though. I go with the lemon wedge, no honey. I just feel like the honey overpowers the tea, and I like the citrus and the tea flavor myself.
Oh, for sure. I definitely had to get the honey, though, for the throat here. To see if we can't get right. Sounded like a 95-year-old smoker. Or one of those sexy ladies from the 1-900 numbers of our youth. What you do? What you doing, big boy? Sorry for you folks that had to listen to that. But that's what I'm working with tonight. So picture me as you will.
Throwback to our youth, man. All it is. All right, homie float. The ace queen of diamonds picks up the flush draw on the turn. Charlie will check it back now with second pair, and we're going to get a free look at the river. Will it bring it home? No, it will not. Charlie, 9-4. Going to face a bet, though. It's a tiny little tickle. Homie here going to try to get, I guess, a 6. I'm not quite sure what this block sizing accomplishes. Because all of the busted straight draws lose anyways. I guess it's the alternative to check hero calling when the busted straight draw blasts it. I don't know. That one's quite interesting to me. It feels like there's logic and maybe also not at the same time. I don't know. I like that though. No, it's interesting. Because I could see, like, I could definitely see how you would have like an intent to not get pushed out of the pot by the busted straight draws, right? Like, if I check, then the hands that are worse than me would mandatory bet, and I won't be able to call. But if I block, they'll fold. So that's how I win when I'm ahead. And then, of course, he's just going to lose when he's not ahead. Yeah, interesting. Very cool spot, though. It's kind of crazy, too. Like, if you analyze every single spot that you get into, it has all the nuances, all the different spots, like that one, where you're out of position with ace high.
Squeeze coming.
And, like, say what?
I said squeeze coming real quick. Sorry. You could just see Zach's face, man. He's just dead money out there. He's coming for it. But, yeah, go ahead, man. Finish your thought there on that good spot, though, for homie. He got caught in.
You know, you're out of position with ace high. It's like a low probability win. So finding ways to turn those into wins instead of losses is just like kind of a fun exercise in like EV maximization. So I don't know. I just think it's sort of fascinating that he took that line. Anywho, I'll let you walk us through this one as Charlie.
Yeah, it folds back over. A lot of folks were in for 250, and it gets back over to Zach in that straddle position as a suited king jack, and blood in the water. He says, I'm going to spice this up a bit, try to take it down now. 1,400. Charlie did mention he's here for Zach's chips tonight. He's accusing him of doing something.
One of them to call. Why don't you just steal this? Just run all over it.
Pocket sevens? Three left, right? Me, right?
Yeah, 3
Not by much. I didn't share.
All right, gets that through. Few knit buttons left. We got Esky, Spooky, and Danny.
I said this guy doesn't
worst
fucking
I
have
see
it.
here.
He does not have it.
It's always a fun feeling when you three bet. You just like always change.
Yeah, like,
Every single time you're always like, how did
oh,
you
if
have
you
it?
jam a snap. After that whole charade you
Before
did,
the charade.
you had ace 9 off.
Close. Close. I did have an ace. It was suited. It was not off.
Oh, it's Charlie, right?
Slick would have been disappointed at further, to be honest.
Right.
I think I was deep enough.
Spookie's going to try to get in there with the Jack 10 of diamonds, and quickly is raised by Danny. 2 red cowboys.
But if you just call Slick, that's something we all fold.
Iced coffee, I know how to use it.
Flop comes out queen high. Full rainbow here, so the kings are still way out in front. Spooky is going to float. See if he can't pick up a little equity on the turn here. And that is about as bad of a card for the Jack 10 of diamonds as you can get. Should go check, bet, fold here. Yeah, it's just rip from Danny. Spooky only has 2,000 left, so those cards should already have been lit on fire. There we go.
Come in.
You're bluffing a lot today.
I know. Did he only have one pair?
Yeah.
Style,
All right, Charlie, Zach, and Logan, big winners so far through 42 hands. 5.5, 4.4, and 3.7 in this 10, 25, 50 game. 50 straddle has been automatic the whole way. Thank you all for joining us on a Tuesday night. This is Texas Card House Live, Dallas, Texas. Of course, this is live. We're on a 15-minute delay. We will have a 2-5 game going on Friday night. Our man Dylan will be putting together that lineup. You want to reach out to Dylan at Ghost TCH Live on Instagram. Starting at 6 p.m. on Friday night. 2-5 game with a capped buy-in of $2,000. That one gets a lot of fun. So y'all make sure to join us. And big old flop for one player and one player only here. Danny has got trip aces.
Little something here for Logan on the turn, eh? Not quite good
Little
enough.
something. Not a whole lot.
Just small enough to keep some folks in there, though. Sticky Ricky out of there. He was the only one that could win this with a Miracle River 5.
Heads up.
I think I believe you.
Thank you. Overbet from Danny gets the job done. Logan can't continue with pair 7.
Back-to-back wins for Danny. Pocket kings and a suited ace king there.
I like those hands. They're pretty
Yeah.
good.
He's trying to. Those hands will usually help you claw out of a bad spot there. He's stuck like Chuck a little bit so far, but he does have 11K in his stack, so he could get involved with some of these big stacks and really turn his night around real quick. This is a match the stack game. Mentioned that Friday's 2-5 game is a $2,000 max buy-in, no match the stack, but this game tonight is a match the stack game. You could see some stacks start to swell and hopefully some 20K plus collisions.
Eric Van Loosen, always thirsting for blood.
Yeah, I love watching other people lose. Just not me, man.
Fair enough.
Raise to 50.
Nah, I like seeing the big wins more than I like seeing anybody lose, that's for sure. But there's always a loser when there's a winner. Just part of this crazy game we play.
Something. Spooky Nontriz, you can do it. You're only facing a 3-bet to 1,100. Rip your stack in there. Oh my God.
No faith in the 9 Triz, Aaron.
Bruh, I'm telling you.
Take 1 and triple and multiply it by 3.
Zach, though, here, he can play in position. This is a large 3-bet, though. It would have to be one of those spots where you're just like, I know this guy's range is wide. I'm going to call wide in position and just totally give him the business. And Zach is going to do it. We're here for it,
Let's
Eric.
go.
I think you spoke this into existence. This is on you.
What's up?
King Jack 4.
Wow. Savage
Oh.
carnage requested. All things considered, you could justify a float on the flop with the 2 4s, given the fact this is likely to be a smaller bet. I mean, it's certainly a small in, you know, a sort of pure sense, but 850 into that pot, under half, definitely does incentivize some continues. But if you're calling down as low as 4s, it means you're going to have all the 5s, 6s, 7s, 8s. You're just going to have all of the middling stuff in addition to the 9s and jacks. He's going to come along. Zach is probably setting himself up for a lot of turn folds just by the sheer nature that, like, he can only improve with 2 cards in the deck, one of which has been folded. And it's a pretty gnarly, like, situation to be like, yeah, let me just play against Slick Rick, who's gonna just like give up, and I'm gonna win because he gives up. Like, that doesn't happen. So, yeah, we're bottom of range here, keeping him honest on one street, but yeah, see how it goes after this.
Bet 27.
Geometric sizing here from Sticky Ricky, setting him up. Setting himself up for the River Jam for roughly 2/3 pot. Credit to Zach for making it to this point in the hand, but would say maybe just going a little too far. Obviously, we can see the cards, but like being able to see the cards also allows us to pass a little bit of judgment. And I mean, I know that you and I, Eric, are like, we're not getting to the point with the 2 4s, right? Like, we're probably just folding 3 because we know that we could end up in this scenario, and then we don't want to be here. Like, this is uncomfortable, and this is pretty much where every node of the game tree takes us, unless we just happen to flop a 4. So yeah, Zach has to fold at this stage, but the pot had already swelled up to over 4K. Just uncomfortable.
Yeah, these two guys have spent a lot of time playing together, and Zach would have loved nothing more than to catch his man Slick Rick getting out of line there, but he actually did flop best hand. And Zach will be grateful to know that he got out of there pretty clean. He only had 1 live out.
Yeah, he enjoys it so much.
Took his time folding ace 10.
He loves his little giggles
20 minutes
after
to ace
people
10.
discuss if he's lying or not.
I do love the dynamic between these guys, right?
I do too. It's great.
You've always got Danny over there too, like instigating and laughing.
Ace Jack? Jack 9? Hey, Jack and a flush draw. Just didn't feel it.
It's like ace.
See, I have your.
Green kind of clubs.
And Rick is just laughing to himself, like, yeah, I had it. Fuck you guys.
Good fold, Spooky.
I know.
Don't let Danny
That was
tell
a
you
close
that was a
one, that
bad
was a
fold.
shove.
I didn't say anything. I literally didn't say anything. You can fold it like that.
Check.
Versus Logan, all heart flop, ace high, Scott with the best of it, and now top and bottom pair. 4 hearts on board, albeit, and Scott will just bet and take it away.
Thank you.
You're so unlucky.
All right, we got Esky and Spooky, our last 2 players holding those knit buttons.
Who's your horse?
I'm gonna take
Were you thinking about like turning into a bluff?
Esky as the winner. So that, I guess I would be taking Esky. We still going with winner or are we going with loser?
No, it's always the loser. Who's
All right,
gonna lose?
Spooky's my loser.
Spooky's your loser. All right, I got Esky. All right.
How dare I say Spooky's our loser? Damn it, sorry Spooky.
Well, it goes without saying that we aren't rooting for them to lose. We're just selecting an option from the drop-down menu.
Coin is flipped.
That's right.
Thought he had king.
550.
Esky doing a pretty good job of setting himself up for it, and he's going to take it down. So you are correct. You are correct.
Shots fired over here.
And then I get a shit.
We're doing stock cards today. We're doing 400 plus board.
All right, that's one more Taco Bell demerit off of your.
I only owe you 4 now instead of the original 7 or whatever.
Oh, it didn't go down 3. Are you kidding me? No, but you definitely got another one knocked off the list. I think you're at like
There's just one.
5. It's all just a blur at this point. Basically, what I know is that when you finally get your ass to Austin, I'm gonna eat like a king. at
Yeah, you
Taco
are.
Bell. That's what I know. That's what I know.
What even gasser? What if you woke up with a gasser?
I'm gonna tell you, I can't, I'll tell you what. It just goes in.
You're gonna need a full plumbing reboot. After I'm done. That's what I know.
Okay. I take back the 200 Tron?
Yeah. Then I was gonna fold.
Yeah, smart.
What the hell is this? Limp? The 10-2s? What? Oh, it's because it's a splash pot. I was like, what the hell? This doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's the splash pot. That's why Esky's all
Okay.
Take it down. So Esky did not lose the net game, and he did win the splash pot, so double win for
Thank you very
Esky
much.
there.
Appreciate it. Have fun. Thank you.
All right, that's going to do it for our man Eliud. And now we've got the lovely Miss Dina coming in to deal.
Like, I know you have that button. Even easier to call it Jim. I mean, I don't think, I wouldn't.
But yeah, I get you.
75 of you fine folks hanging out with us here on YouTube. Appreciate you guys kicking it on a Tuesday evening with AA, Ron, and Eric. As I'm going to do my due diligence, rear back and strike the like button with a force of at least 17 ostriches, because that's how many likes we've got on the counter. Help us out. Hit that like button. Let's get a few more folks in the chat. You know, all it takes is you guys hitting the like button, get a little bit of engagement in the chat, and the algorithm will push it out to a few more people. You know, people see it, they'll click on it, and we'll have more people to hang out with. So help us out. Let's do it.
Seat 4 adding on $695.
Wow.
After you won 2
Esky going into the loose change department, $695 added on.
Yeah. Homie, you want a stack of reds?
I like to make things
Sitting here?
yeah. Leverage, you can just go all in and get rid of it.
2 hands.
Missed that guy, man. Hey, Danny, you want a stack of reds? Not really.
Love how the 10 quarter 50 game like equivalent of rifling through the sofa cushions is like adding on $695 in red chips and
You're too rich and
green
famous?
that I found in my pocket.
High stakes bomb pot later, guys are already
What is high
6,
stakes
7,
pop?
8 game.
15:30 on GG, right for 16 hours.
Got it.
Damn.
Spooky. Can you scan?
Just
I
one
only
table?
started with 3K in Washington, but my right back
Good.
Here we go.
Let's go. Oh no. If someone makes quad fours, you gotta fold. Look at this board. Uh-oh.
Misdeal.
What the hell?
No, it's not a misdeal. She just needs to pull that one up.
There you
there
go.
we go.
Yeah.
There we go. Pull that one up. Yeah.
Boy, you don't have shit.
There
Easy
we
game.
go. Easy game. A lot of spades. So I do know in
7, 8
this
of spades though.
in this hand,
this is a
it
bomb
will
pot.
say it's a chop, but there is one player who's going to win the whole thing.
Yes.
There's one bird.
Yes.
I think these
And
are
it's the
burned.
bottom.
We should burn all those.
Yeah, I thought
We just need to do it again.
Aaron helped me out in this one. We'll pay attention to the size the pot gets. So we'll have to help production adjust that. Wow, spade, spade. Who's got it?
I actually have it.
check, check, check.
Check through on the flop means 900 in the middle. It's the max that could be bet. Charlie gonna bet 200.
Yeah, he does have
With
that
his-
queen of spades.
Yeah, Charlie has
King.
just the naked king of spades, so
Yeah.
he's just kind of tickling the pot with the nut blocker.
Straight
I
on
feel
top.
like we should just be potting it if we're going to take this line.
Oh, look at that run out for Charlie.
But,
13. 9, 7, 4. Yeah.
so he's got 7 high straight, and then he's got 2 pair. Excuse me, full house, 3's full of 9s. Yeah, that's good. And Danny's betting into him. Oh no, Danny. Full-blown meltdown over here on the side.
You got
As-
vote on the bottom?
Oh no. Mamma mia, that's good.
He's got, what, aces full?
Aces and then aces.
Aces and aces.
Oh, so this is where the problem is, in that Charlie has the full house on bottom, but there must have been a misread somehow from the 1 speed
Yeah,
where he did not actually have the straight on top.
no straight on top.
Yeah, the winner here.
3-7.
Straight.
My bad.
Okay, pretty unfortunate
No, obviously.
there, unless the cards were
I had
correct.
the top.
Unless the cards were correct and he misread his hand, but I find that unlikely. He must have had the 3 though.
I kicked you on the
If he didn't have the 7, what did he have? I don't know.
That's a damn good question.
I actually didn't even.
I guess it could be like a mental error where you're just so fixated on your full house on bottom that you then just like muck the hand. But like thinking you're unpaired, but actually you have a 3. He says he didn't have it straight though.
Yeah, it looked like 3,900 was the total.
It'll be an easy day for me.
in
But
that
if he had
pot.
3 and he doesn't have a 7, then he also can't have a 6-5-4-3. Excuse me, 6-4-6-5-4 deuce or ace, because those all would give him a straight as well. Like the 3 was such a key card. I almost feel like he did muck a straight. He didn't show the hand, right? He
No,
showed one card.
he showed the king, and that's it.
Oh, he may have fixated on that boat too much to realize that he had a straight. I mean, only he would know, and you know, we do have card reads from time to time. all we know is that he didn't show his hand and he didn't get half the pot, so
Yep.
that's what we're going with.
Danny will scoop that, and production will get those chip stacks corrected because it's 3,900 that went Danny's direction.
Check.
No, you still want that 5 little pop card? Nope. Edgar, 5 little pop card?
Not straight for Spooky here.
Yeah, super nut.
350.
Bottom straight though for Charlie, good enough to put in a call. Yeah, pay that man his money.
Bob, B-A-A, Mahesh, are you doing Mahesh?
Yeah, thank you.
Armani, sorry, $5. D, 5 little pop card? QBB.
Were you played Deuce 7 single draw before in any format?
I have not.
Okay. So when it comes to like anything non-hold'em, what PLO, Big O, what else have you played?
PLO, Big O, the pineapple varieties. I've played, what's the Raz before.
Okay.
And I think those were pretty much the only ones I've ever really messed with.
Okay,
on
so
a
you're
cash
not going to
table.
mess with any of the 8-game mix, but maybe some
Yeah,
like
pick up.
stud variants with
Yeah.
the stud and Raz or whatnot.
Yep.
Okay.
150.
All right. Well, what are the chances? Give me a probability that I get to see an Eric Van Loosen here in the Austin area for the WSOP circuit stop.
We're going to say 97.5%.
That's very high.
It's
Oh,
very
my
high.
goodness.
Higher than the last time.
That's 75.
It sounds that way. Okay.
Oh, 100. Oh,
Would you come down for like the 500K opener or something?
Yeah, I think so. On a scale of 1 to Snoop Dogg, it's a pretty high chance that I'm going to come down there.
Perfect.
check.
I don't think I could miss at least making a stop down there for the
Where is he here?
first
He's the first
and
all-
inaugural
Oh, he's here?
WSOP visit to Texas.
You're damn right you can't, man. Come down, try to win a freaking ring, dude.
I mean, it's called Texas freaking Hold'em, folks.
That ace five should never work.
What are we
I've
doing?
never seen anyone suck out. Ace five. I just gotta start doing it more.
If you want a ring in the 500K event for like
It's all over the
130K,
Asian charts. Yeah, no,
would you wear the ring
Yeah.
at the poker table next like month?
Yeah, and I'd take a lot of selfies with it
Yeah.
for the next 17 years.
Hell yeah. You gotta like fist pump it like out towards the camera so it's like really big and blown up and like takes up the majority of the camera, and then it like almost blocks out whoever you're like in the photo with, but like you are still clearly visible.
Absolutely.
You in the ring, right? You in the ring.
Just me and my ring.
You're damn right, dude. I feel sponsorships in your future as well.
I didn't see that coming, guys.
King 3 deuce 2 tone. Club flush draw for Charlie. Straight draw for Zach. Nobody has a king though, so a little bit unfortunate in that respect.
You don't want
Dude,
no part of this, Kiwi.
Dude, you got a backer in the chat, bro. Come on, you gotta pump yourself up a little bit.
I can't have her waste a single dollar on my poker success or failure.
Both players, Rick, Charlie checks over to Zach with 5 high, nut low. No, Zach gives it up, and he could have bet him off it. Oh, he's gonna be
$1,000 out there. I think that's plenty worth fighting for, especially those two players and the dynamic they have. There's our first look at our V-pips tonight. Charlie, 50% maybe. Let's go.
It's like the big winner playing half the hand from me.
Esky floating under that Mendoza line. He's batting under 200. We're going to have to pull in a pinch hitter to get that average up there, kiddo. Definitely has not had very good card distribution tonight. That is for sure.
Yeah, just 51 hands. I mean, we're talking not a ton of forfeits, right?
Yeah.
It's rough like that sometimes. But yeah, playing 50% of hands and crushing the table as far as win rate is pretty good. Also, Charlie did not just fold kings. I'm gonna go ahead and chalk up. Yeah.
Something happened there. Charlie did not fold kings, folks.
Especially now with Zach's card misreading. One of those kings is definitely in Zach's hand. This is going to be a king jack over here in the big blind.
Really?
X through deuce on the turn. Should be a pretty reasonable spot for Zach to probe now. 535 in the middle.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Danny with the 2-8s. Pretty clear when we check back flop that we are not giving up on the turn. Ace of clubs now on the river. Blockertunity, perhaps. New word invented just now for Zach. About 1100 in the middle. The check also reasonable. Check call makes a ton of sense. But yeah, interesting that he doesn't try to charge the sevens of the world or the inferior jacks. Doesn't give Danny too many checkbacks with a jack. Maybe like jack 8 every once in a while, but yeah, doesn't charge it, doesn't get hit. Wins the pot though.
Yeah, we didn't see it, but we're going to assume that he had one of those two kings that claimed that Charlie had there.
Yeah.
Your wife's boyfriend.
Yeah, I feel like we've done this long enough, Eric, that there's like a little bit of like what you can kind of figure out from those spots. You know, you see someone folding aces and then the next player has like a missing card and it's like they have the ace. It's because it got pitched over the scanner and somehow recorded in the wrong spot, right?
All right, our friend D has joined us. What's going on, D?
Oh, that sounds like a blast.
Yeah, it's fun. They're good people. Charlie, I'm not smart enough to get a read. You don't need to put the
It just
score
makes me
up.
feel good.
Okay.
It makes me feel like, you know what I'm doing.
You should know that by now.
Ooh, top pair. Fireworks. Kickers are kicking. Should start to get a little bit uncomfortable by the river if Charlie takes off another card, which he will. Third bet certainly going to raise some alarm bells. The queen of clubs on the end. What bluffs ever exist on 3 streets from Scott? Ace high board.
Couple of the only aces that you could have beat have landed. Ace deuce, ace 5. So you're looking at a complete whiff for ace 3, ace 4, ace 6. Not a lot working.
Yeah, but is he ever just like bombing 3 streets? I mean, maybe not bombing the right terminology, but like is he just betting 3 streets with those cards?
Absolutely not.
One would presume not. Charlie, though, up a sizable amount, feeling it tonight, has made pretty much all correct decisions. And an opportunity to snap one off here, not snap one, but to take one off of Scott, perhaps. Top pair,
I just
7
called
kicking.
that I couldn't.
You call?
Whoa. Scott jumping the gun a little bit. Oh, he's gonna get the call, nonetheless.
Wow.
I feel like he even actually gave Charlie the way out there with that
I
talk.
don't have much.
Nice hand.
Charlie
It's a perfect
misinterpreted
river
it,
card.
or just. I mean, so often we're just like handcuffed to our hand. We stop thinking about what our opponent's saying or what they're doing or what the ranges are. We just have top pair. We have a really strong hand. It's just like it feels too good to fold. That was Charlie's downfall right there.
Absolutely. Definitely the spot he was in. Scott is going to move up to the top of the leaderboard there. Looky there.
Deuce in the chat for Scott. Let's go.
What was that? Got caught with the doodle bar. Relax, man. Whoa. So had a hand in a while. So.
Uh-oh. Big one developing here.
Ruh-roh. Oh, my goodness. Dina just lighting these cards on fire.
Yeah.
Hang on, boys.
Put it back on.
It's got 4 buttons.
We got a big one brewing.
What's that? Oh, talk.
Well, I think this is kind of ridiculous to say, but Zach is going to get let off the hook in this hand.
Or is he?
Yeah, we're gonna needle you though.
Nah, he's going to lose money, but this is the last chips that he's going to put in the pot.
Re-raise, 1400.
I like that size comment. It's nice.
Good cropping.
Wow. Wee-whoa. Danny showing the neighbors and mucking his hand back over to Logan. I take back everything I just said about Zach losing less money because here comes the all-in. And without Danny in there to block him from this eventuality, he's going to be forced in.
Whatever you want, sir.
I heard him say,
So,
I'm not going to like this. I can't fold it.
Zach's cooked now. Danny got saved. I thought it was Zach that was going to get saved because Danny wouldn't be able to help himself with the 2 jacks, but it is indeed one of the 2 gentlemen that was going to get run over, and it happened to be Zach.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Oh, they're going twice just for fun. Can Zach somehow miracle his way out? No. Oh, yeah, he's dead. He's dead.
Big ol' hit there for Logan, our player who is playing for the first time on our stream.
Dude, Danny is a savage. Just like Snap shows his neighbors the jacks and mucks them and just is like, no, Zach can die on this hill. I'm not going to. How incredible. How bold is that?
Yep, didn't put a single another chip out there.
Here's another tip.
Wow.
Remember if I gave you another.
And these dynamics are so crazy when you have just like massive hands crashing into each other. It's like whoever blinks first is either like getting run over or somehow like saved from complete destruction. And in that case, it was Danny blinking correctly. I mean, what do you do if you're Zach? Like, no, you're done so. But if Danny goes all in, which is what I was expecting to happen. Now, obviously, my prognostications are never spot on, but I'm thinking Danny goes all in. And then, of course, the aces snap off, and Zach is able to just, like, tie-fold his ace-king. Danny, though, maybe just... Jack's never wait there. He just doesn't care who Zach is. That's 4-bet. Like, get out of my... Just get out of here. Jack's no good. Incredible.
Yeah, Logan just leapfrogged over our most recent big winner, which was Scott at almost 3K. He's now up 8.7K. How about a little beginner's luck for our man, Logan? Still 3 hours left in the live stream.
And Danny down 4,200, which is like not great, but could have been buried had he overplayed the jacks there.
Yeah, I just have to wait till the end till everyone thinks it's time, then just blast. I'm gonna do it again.
Actually, I don't really care like usually, but I really was annoyed that time I played 5-10 and I just folded when your heads up accidentally.
Yeah, I had 8-3 or something.
Yeah, well, I just wasn't paying attention, but like I just said no. Obviously, I can't do anything, especially when you're younger.
And you lost it twice. It was the same thing happened, right? Twice. It was like the last.
Literally just came to pick up money and then I dumped like 4K at 5-10.
Heads up, jack sixes and 5 high flop. Wow, what a board here for the 2 red sixes.
Yeah, well, I was like waiting like 10 minutes and there I played for a second and then I got stuck and I had knives at dinner.
Big ball 400 from Scott and board pairing 5 now on the turn. Oh, donk lead from Scott now. And does Charlie punish this with an all-in? Yes, he does.
45 plus 46, 47, 48, 49.
Scott says bet, if raised fold, gets away from it. Sets his price and no more.
I wish you'd have bet more on that ace jack, man. It's 13 on the jack.
Nicholas in the chat, Esky legend. Yeah, well, he needs to get his VPIP a little bit up
That's
to
right.
be a
legendary status.
I just didn't think
Yeah.
No, that's a good
He absolutely is, though. Kid's been running great, playing great for months. We love him here, but yeah, needs to get some cards tonight.
I like how you knew I was talking to you.
They are not cooperating.
I'm the oldest here. Am I older than you? How old are you? Yeah, I'm older.
Limb train all aboard. Homie starting it here. Homie, excuse me. Logan getting on board. Over to Zach. King Queen suited. No limping happening here.
Absolutely
In fact,
not.
it's all in for the remainder of the chips.
It's sticky.
Yeah, he's 10 of spades here. It's borderline, right? He's gonna make this call and is ahead. Not gonna be by a ton given some of the removal out here. Actually, I say that, but no, I think we're gonna be a solid lead here for the ace-10 as Logan will get out of the way. And yeah, 57-43.
Little short stack tournament style, and how about a king? Oh!
Barry comes early, and no king on the river as the queen was counterfeit. Ricky takes it down, 13-555 in the stack, and Zach down to 0.
You heard it here first, folks. Right out of the mouth of Aaron McAvoy. Barry comes early on the turn. Happens to the best of us, Barry.
I'm sure Barry Greenstein wears a 9.5 as well, you know.
Solid 9.5.
Just a solid 9.5. Sometimes a 10, you know? Wearing a loafer,
right.
maybe it's a 10.
What a hand. Goodness. All right, it's reload time for our man, Zach Barron.
Yeah, Charlie hasn't gotten a ton of those chips, but Zach is certainly spreading them around, ain't he?
Going back to work. It's 9-5 for Zach.
The old, I've reloaded, don't have chips in front of me, I get 9-5 suited and just, we're playing this hand. Let's go. Oh, Brick City. Charlie, though, steel wheel draw, middle pair for home A. Nicholas played with Esky in college. Way too lucky. Yeah, dude. Some people are like that, right? It's like, who is this guy? How do they just like win all the time? It's not fair. Well, it's not the steel wheel, but it is the wheel.
Homemade, not a believer. Gonna make the call for 300.
No four, no four, no four, no four. It's a 6 of diamonds. So the flush comes in. It's the old flush straight, not straight flush. For Charlie has it all locked up, and Omei is like, well, we heroed because maybe you were on diamonds, and now it doesn't matter what you have because I lose.
I got it just on an onslaught of terror one day.
It's pretty equal likelihood of me
Most of my relatives, you know, like,
it's like both at like 30%.
How much fun is that, right? It's like, well, they could still be bluffing if they have this whole class of hands. So you make the call, and then the river just brings in that whole class of hands. You're like, cool, no, I don't beat anything.
Let me just
You
go
just like
ahead and get out of here.
fold. You snap fold to whatever they bet, and then they just like cartwheel the freaking like jack 6 of clubs across the table that has nothing to do with the board, and you're like, what are you doing, man? Like, how do you get this through on me right now?
Oh, really?
So savage. That obviously a little bit different, but like, yeah. Sometimes it just comes in. They had it already. They get better on the river. It doesn't matter. They just had it the whole time. You're cooked. Done.
Spooky on the button, facing that raise to 150. He's got a suited ace-jack. Just calling here. Could have a very multi-way flop here. 6 ways.
Yeah, it seems
6
like,
for 6.
Not ideal situation for ace-jack, but you know.
Greens are probably hard.
Yeah, that's fine. I just like I used to golf like every day in the summer, like focusing on
Troubling spot here for Sticky Ricky. However, given how multi-way it is, this pot shouldn't quite blow up, even if it gets whittled down to these 2 players with the top pair straight away. Spooky, though, gonna float with 2 overs and double backdoor. Triple backdoor if you count the wheel.
Oh, there's that 6 we were looking for.
Checks through Sticky Ricky and Esky. Very curious. I feel like if we're Esky, we should be betting, but doesn't matter. The run out is clean, and he'll get his chance now. What?
Turn this up.
About that one, Eric. I don't know. I love you, Esky, but we gotta get some value here, man. We're V-pipping under fucking 20. We gotta
Get some
use
money.
our image, man. We gotta use our image here. We're tight as hell. We gotta win a pot. You know, we need it. We got our knit button. We gotta try to get in there. Then he just shows down the top pair queen kicker. 3.
Yeah, what was the bet on that flop there? 'Cause obviously it was just 10 high there. Zach folds those 6s, and obviously he's not loving that turn card. Would have been juicy for him.
Bet a 300, not unreasonable when he sees 2 other players interested in the pot, right? It was a call from Esky next to Act, and then Homei even called before him. So
yeah,
not an unreasonable fold at all with the 6s. I think it's snap fold. Yeah, the turn is just atrocious, but I'm very surprised that we can check 2 streets with top pair queen kicker.
That's
Even multi-way. I'm not doing that.
absolutely.
And it doesn't even have to be that big, right? I mean, you're still multi-way, but you can get, I mean, imagine just getting 750 of value
What are they, like nicotine or something?
from Rick.
From Rick, yeah.
I mean, yeah. It's like nobody's shown interest on the turn. It's like, it looks so brilliant to bluff. Rick checks again as well, just in pure bluff catch mode. Like, he wants someone to bet. Literally, Rick is like wanting you to bet and you miss it. Oh, I mean, it's painful. But it happens, you know. Here we go. Turn top pair for Esky, but outdrawn on the river. Backdoor diamonds for Homey. Oh, he's going to check, though. If Charlie doesn't bet, no value. But the backdoor diamonds are not going to dissuade the bet from Charlie. He can't help himself. Of course not. In fact, we're going to go big for value. See if we can't get paid by what Esky has. Oh, no. 2,300 into 2 players here with the top pair, no kicker. Esky off the hook. Snap call from Homey. Ship pot.
I told you that was me on the flop. I said, that's me.
Does it have to be on the flop stuff? Does the queen A3 have to be on the flop?
A little bit of a get right spot here
Oh,
for Homey.
it's not.
You're very honest about that.
Queen 5.
Queen 5?
Literally,
Charlie?
that's me on the 2-5 flop.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow, so that was not Queen 6. We had a misread there. Queen 5, and Charlie with the full house takes Homey down to the felt.
That was me before I see the first
I can take it too.
I was thinking of like what card was in the window.
the only one I don't
Setting as it was flopping.
Now we got a bunch of rubberneckers coming over to see if Homey is reloading or has tried to escape the building without paying his net tax. But yeah, I'm sure he's just getting a reload.
Gross.
That is savage, dude.
My new account is gonna.
That is actually savage. Like, here we are thinking this is just like some sort of nasty river top pair. Can't help but bet the value. Whatever.
Is he going to have you done by?
Dude just had it from the start. Flop trip. River both.
He's going to be able to.
Yeah, and
Man.
River, of course, gives him the big flush. That's gross.
Yeah, I think yours is going to.
Even flop 2 pair top kicker as well. It was 5-5-3 with a diamond. And then he just goes runner, runner, diamond to give him the nut flush and Charlie the boat. I don't know about you, Eric, but after getting buried, like seeing that kind of shit, like I start to just like
You like that Uncle Sam?
wonder if this is my night. I mean, all credit to Homey if he's getting a reload and coming straight back to keep battling.
The one that takes the shifts on your
More
left.
power to him. In fact, I
Seen that stream where
yearn to have the fortitude to release the team. That feels pretty savage.
Really do that. Her too.
I dare say it's time for me to wager again. And you know what, Eric? I ain't scared of putting another 123 on the line. Because this time, it's coming in. Hit me with a 98 Streamlab. Bro, I need 67. Oh, I get to keep my points. That's it. Okay, whatever.
Let's see if I'm up to 3 points now.
2,000 behind, gentlemen.
King 7 deuce. What the jack 7 deuce? I kind of mind, but gonna check through to a 5 of diamonds on the turn. Spooky picks up the best hand with 3rd pair top kicker. 3 points, man. Moving up in the world. 9 of diamonds on the end after we check through once again. And Logan will pick up the best hand with 2nd pair queen kicking. He's on the button check too and doesn't try to get value. Another missed opportunity perhaps, however. Massively multi-way. Anybody waiting in the weed, check raise feels pretty bad. So understandable check back.
And gets rid of his knit button. So it has been a good night so far for our man in the 9 seat, Mr. Logan. First time on the stream.
No, I had a piece of him. He was playing right now. He just finished.
Oh, Dom?
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah. He probably has 7 minutes. Oh, I guess only 4 of those.
Okay, he's down from another 6 7 minutes.
Ooh, 2 red aces. Danny boy.
Yeah, because he lost to Mason.
Dust. Over to Sticky Ricky with the Queen Jack. Oh, he'll float. Let's see if flop. SP will do the same, and it's a battle of the Broadways against 2 red aces for Danny. Can somebody find enough of a piece? Top pair for Sticky Ricky. And again, we're 1 card off of either Scott or Zach making $1,000. Check call at 200 from Sticky Ricky. And harmless 9 of spades now on the turn. Ace is looking real good. 860 in the middle. Time to get our value. Pump it up. Over bet of 1,300 from Danny.
13.
What are you trying to say? I don't know.
Full rainbow on the turn as well. Something like the King Jack, King 10, these sorts of hands factor in. And there's plenty of combos of that. Also have to be a little bit concerned about the fact that we'll raise the pot and a whole lot of real value out there still. Just don't quite know what's going on in the Omega brick deuce of spades now. On the end, we're playing Queen Deuce with Jack picking, facing a 3rd barrel, and should be a big size as well. 3,500 in the middle, effective. We can see the full 5K here, maybe. Danny go that big? No, he's going to cut it in half. He goes to the half. Just wants to get paid. Doesn't want to scare off the Queen Jack. Putting a ring on something in that ballpark. Oh, fold announced. Not sure that 5K. Not sure that 5K gets paid, but I wonder if the middling size mattered at all.
Nice hand, Daniel.
These things are always so interesting, right? When you're used to playing with an opponent, right? Who just like tends to give you the business a lot, and then they just kind of throw you a bone of like half pot, or well, it's like 2/3.
I called because I hit the 9-3
But sometimes it does just like ring the alarm bells, like, oh, you want value now? No. I wonder what would have happened. I presume it's still a full. Still a big win, though.
If I just table my hand.
I always table it anyway, just to show people, like,
I usually don't miss that.
like, I just do it just to, like, hey, this is what I have.
Base, 150.
You're going to see it
You
anyway.
just had such a nice hand, Daniel. I needed you to scoop that one.
What, the PLO? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it, man.
Yes.
There's Charlie's saying that he did not see what he had on the top. Danny's hand was so nice looking that he just folded.
He had the straight, right? In
Yeah.
the bomb pot?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Always best to just turn it over.
Check.
You're damn right.
Check.
Especially when you have like a key card and you, well, that's the thing, you fixate on one board and you don't even know if you have a key card on the other board. Turn top pair for Scott, gonna take away the lead.
Check.
Straight comes in, Spooky drills the river, 1,500 in the middle, and Scott quickly checks it over, facing now a bet of 1,200. Backdoor clubs come in, and Scott says, nah, whatever you got is good. He's right.
Button's good.
Yeah, good fold there. Nice hand.
Lucky that was the 10 of clubs. Had that been just like a 10 of hearts, right? I don't know that we can fold that hand.
Can't be Thursday. You don't like Thursday. So, Friday or
Scott's still up, but this time it's just a couple of trips to the Taco Bell.
or sit and go. Start at 10:25. Somebody gets stuck and they want to.
Ski up one Hollywood trip to telephone land. 555.
That's right.
My max.
Still usually the first 3 digits of the phone number the ladies give me when I ask.
You're like, aw. Fine.
Oh, is that a new area
Take you
code?
to Taco Bell.
Are you collecting 1Ks now instead of greens?
Yeah.
Have you ever taken a girl on a date to Taco Bell?
I have not.
Have you? What's the? Okay.
What's
What's the least, like, if you had to look in hindsight of taking a girl to the lowest tier date location, where did you take her?
Man.
Do you remember?
Man, I'm trying to think, like, if I was trying to be cheap or if they actually wanted to go somewhere and I took them to a cheap place. But probably younger years. Chili's.
Oh, of course. No, we're talking. I mean, it's always got to be when we're like in college. Nobody has money unless you like trust funder or something. But like most of us are just out there like trying to scrape by, right? We're going to Chipotle and shit.
I find that at my ripe old age of 46 now, it's hey, you want to get some pizza and have some sex? That usually doesn't work. So. That's why I usually eat the whole pizza and hang out with my dog.
That was not the direction I thought that was going to go. But also credit to you. You found a solution. It's not going to the upper tier restaurant and trying it. No.
Either way, I'm getting pizza. All right, so that's a win. But there's a chance, Aaron. There's a chance.
Drop deuces in the chat for our man EPL, man. Oh my goodness. That's incredible. I will. Well, I'm just gonna try to respond.
Well, I mean, see, when they say no, you just look at them and you say, "What's the matter? You don't like pizza?" It's like, come on.
Eric, I love you, man.
Ditto.
I yearn for a future within which there is not just you and your dog and pizza, though. You know, there
Amen.
needs to be a.
There will be a miss. There will be a missus. I appreciate it. D dropping the deuces for me. Appreciate that.
But I will say, so way back in undergrad, right? I think that was like the first time in my life where I was like meeting a new girl and being like, I need to like ask you out, right? Where did I had to have done something pretty cheap, like the local Chinese restaurant or.
Oh, I've definitely done some coffee dates. I've done some coffee dates, but no like cheap ass restaurants, in the past couple of decades.
Yeah, the coffee date is like the solid, the bargain approach. It doesn't even, because then you're not a cheap ass for going to the inexpensive restaurant. It's like, no, we were doing coffee, and like, how good of coffee can you get? Even if you go to the bougie, like everybody's got pinky stuff.
Yeah.
It's gonna be like max $8 a cup for coffee. Like how much damage?
Yeah, I mean, coffee's kind of like going to the bar, grabbing a drink, right? You just go, sit down, talk it out, see if there's any vibes, any chemistry, and then it's like, okay. Maybe the next date will be a nice dinner or go do something fun. We'll see a live show, whatever, you know, comedy show. Do something adventurous.
What's a fun adventure for you, Eric?
Anything outdoorsy.
Yeah.
You know, for me, you know, adventure these days could be freaking laser tag. You know, I mean, getting a grown ass adult to actually commit to wanting to do something fun is difficult these days. But so many homebodies.
Yeah. Top and bottom pair here for Charlie. Check raise incoming, and Scott headed for the exit. I agree with you. What do you think about just like going on a walk, like a hike or whatever? Have you ever gone like on a first date or something with a gal and just like there's no financial investment at all, just literally going on a hike or something? Have you ever done that?
Yeah, I mean, you usually have to pray to God that they don't watch episodes of Dateline when you say, hey, you want to go to the woods? You want to go hiking in the woods with a complete stranger?
You live in freaking Dallas, man. There's no woods. There's like well-traveled trails.
We got some trails. Yeah, you're right. We could go out over to.
They're well-traveled. There's literally no chance
the
you can get a girl away from the other eyes of people for long enough for you to murder and bury them. Like,
we could go to the Katy Trail.
Whatever.
Yeah, we could go to the Katy Trail or walk around White Rock Lake, something like that. For
yeah,
sure.
We have some really great walking trails around here in Austin. Very public, a lot of people, no fear, but like, you know, you're outdoors, you're just kind of walking around. No, it's a great idea. I've done it. It didn't work out, but it was fine.
They keep finding your victims at the bottom of Lady Bird Lake, Aaron. You know.
Bro, you gotta keep down low, man. These guys never see it coming. All right, now they do. Now they do. Well, now that I've been outed, thanks a lot. You know.
In more ways than one.
Lady Bird Lake. Yeah, exactly. See, you just blowing me up. Crushing my vibe. I gotta go to Grindr 2.0 or whatever. Real man. All right, top. Jacks for Logan.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Lead out.
Scorpio said, Taco Bueno. Gotta love it. That's how you know you're a Texan if you got the Taco Bueno.
I'm sending him 1,000.
Queen 8-3. Oh, Scott wins the 1,000.
Yes, he does.
So SD will put in the raise here after Logan leads from the small blind and shows the 2-jack on the way to the muck. SD will win the minimum. Win the minimum.
Win the minimum. Well, there you go. You've got Scott winning that prop bet. He's got against Zach. If Queen 8-3 hits the flop, just those first 3 cards on the flop, Scott gets $1,000 from Zach. If it's Jack 7 deuce, that goes over to Zach.
Well, Kiwi, you're right. It's not fair. And I'll tell you what. Me and Eric, we're there with you in New Zealand. We'll take you out on a double date.
Oh, boy.
To Chili's, baby. No. What? All right, let us know in the chat, Kiwi. What is the
New Zealand equivalent?
Yes, the New Zealand equivalent of taking you to Chili's or like Olive Garden or something. Let us know in the chat.
You lost?
Unlimited salad and breadsticks for Kiwi.
Yeah, right? You take the girl there, and that's all you eat. You're like, nah, I'm good with just the breadsticks. I had like a big one. You're just like eating the unlimited breadsticks while they order pasta.
Oh, I didn't realize you were going to order an entree. I thought we were just going to do salad and breadsticks.
We had some action players on.
Yeah, this isn't going to work out. I'm sorry.
I know. He was trying to get
Back for diamonds, back with top pair. Up and downer for Charlie. Somehow we just checked through to the deuce of hearts on the turn. Ultimate brick.
Self. I just put self.
And isn't it wild though, just the evolution of our mindset about dating as we've gotten older? Like I look back to my time as a teenager and early 20s male, and the amount of pressure and like overthinking that went into all of that sort of stuff that we're talking about. Like, am I taking her to a fancy enough place? Like, blah 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 blah. Right? Like all this stuff. And now at my, I'm like, bro, fuck that shit. Like, we're gonna go vibe or we're not. Like, I'm gonna like you and you're gonna like me because of who we are, not because of the meal I bought you or the drink that we ordered. Like, all that superficial stuff is unimportant. But you can't know that until you've been through the game.
I could try to target it. I could try to target it for 10.
That or you're still concerned about
When you have a bunch of kids, you go through, I want to
everything.
Like a small
hope the government helps.
Is that good?
I'm just having fun with this whole line of
High card.
conversation.
Ah,
This
Dirty slow roll.
because I'm stuck.
I knew you had it.
I mean, that didn't matter. Unless you're on the court,
You
you can
gotta
have $20.
bet the river with that hand.
Kiwi says anywhere that is dairy, gluten, or pineapple
If I
free.
hit the river, you pay me off.
Pineapple free. Is that like a special thing in New Zealand that there's a lot of people that are allergic to pineapple?
I'm trying to.
Or she's just telling us those are the only things that she can not have.
I don't want to watch you go all in again, Zach. I can't handle the complaining.
There was somebody.
Oh. I see.
Win or lose,
Oh, I
it's like,
get it.
how do I run so bad? How does he not have more?
What did I say? How does he not have more?
No, I mean,
Not today. Per se.
Days, 175.
I'm the opposite. It cracks me up. Sick. Cracks me up.
Danny folding to 10-9 suited. I mean, he was facing an open big step, but Esky, 2 kings, real hand.
We're listening to any of my complaints about how bad I played the ace king.
yeah, that was bad.
775.
Should have cold called. I would have
I
flatted.
didn't say anything with the ace ten.
I would have flatted, and we both would have lost the mid on the flop. I watched an old highlight video today. I watched an old highlight video. You were all over it today. TCH.
Ace is cracked.
Whoa, he is gonna do it. He says ace-5 suited is the one,
You're not in it.
and
Once or twice.
he does have that overcard with the
Once
suits.
or twice. Two?
Okay, all right, 2 full board.
That was about it. So. Don't do
Look at this, 44% for Spooky.
Oh my gosh.
Oh God, look at that flop.
More cards.
Wow, if Spooky won that flop, that would have been devastating for SE. Got a gut shot and the overcard backdoor hearts.
There it is.
And there it is. Oh.
Just the extra. Chop it up.
To just like offsuit 5 somehow to get quartered would be devastating, but they are going to hack it in half. 105 apiece profit.
He didn't say he had it at all. He had hearts in the first one.
I did not know that, Kiwi, that pineapple can send some people into cardiac arrest.
I know. I just thought you were dead. You said I have a pair.
Attempted full roll.
Allergies are weird, man. I
It
know you're
is.
the whole thing right now just from the pollen in the air, but man, allergies to certain protein.
Yeah, like my nephew didn't realize he was allergic to anything until he was like 14 or something, and just bananas out of nowhere in a smoothie. Just his whole neck just swelled up, and he was like so uncomfortable within like less than 10 minutes. No bananas for Big Jake.
Blind. 125.
Good perfect opportunity right here. He even takes it.
Ricky,
I mean, that was
Ricky,
fucking light.
given the business out of the small blind with Jack 10-0.
But you could have
And from what I see, this is going to work just fine. We need pocket fours when you can have king deuce and just let it go.
You said call, and then you came and sat down for the racing chips.
That's a 4-bet hand. Keep little.
Pretty soon I called the six. I just needed something to go with. I didn't get that goal.
I had some hearts.
Oh, really? Shoot it? Got it. 2
No Dallas.
No bad set. Change it up.
I used to have that sweatshirt in high school.
Limp City here from Homey with King of Clubs and a mystery card.
Yeah. Medium?
Free call? Raise, 300.
I think we've got mysteries galore. 2-7's not going to be folded to a limp from early position. Heads up to a flop. Ace Jack King 10, one player backdoor diamond and a straight draw. SP 2 overs. Brick City for the clubs. But check, check, flop, check, and bet now on the turn. 800, full pot from Scott. And ace jack into the muck. There we go, Scott.
1 or 2.
Gets her done.
Once.
What? But it's got show.
King's kind of done.
Flush draw, 2 overs. Probably flipping with SP.
Check raise.
But in loss here, Logan's still up the most. Charlie doing quite well
No dom.
in his own right.
Oh, you
And
had
Sticky Ricky, Esky, and Scott all up 1,000 or right around there. Then Danny Spooky down 1,000 and change. Zach and Homey, excuse me, down a buy-in and 2 respectively. So a lot of damage done to 2 players. The rest sort of spread out between the field. Do you find it, Eric, interesting or challenging or just whatever, like dating, being sober?
No, not at all. It's usually over the age of 30, I would say. I think most women appreciate that, or at least, you know, they're like, oh, cool, you know, no big deal. You know, they may say, hey, do you care if I have a glass of wine or whatever, or have a couple drinks? And you're like, you know, in my case, I'm 100% capable. I mean, comfortable with it. So it's like, yeah, go ahead. You know, as long as 2 Tuesdays or 2 days a week, you know, I'm not holding your hair because you're throwing up or you're getting in fights or punching me in the face, you know, or doing some of those crazy things. Yeah, have a drink or 2, you know. If the whiskey makes you frisky, go ahead, honey. But yeah, that's usually a good thing, I guess, the older you get, because you know, the people that are still spiraling out of control, you know, are not seen as dateable. So, you know, if anything, they're like, okay, cool, because my last boyfriend was the complete opposite. I don't want to deal with that.
No, that seems right. It's just, yeah, it's sort of unique frame.
I did.
Yeah, like the eye.
But then they're like, so what do you like to do? I'm like, I like to do all the same things you like to do. I just, you know, don't drink when I'm doing them, you know? I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Like, just assume you're a hermit or something.
Yeah. No, I mean, for I guess sort of the midsection of the population, right? I mean, alcohol is just a big part of
Huge,
your
yeah.
normal day-to-day interaction with like the opposite sex when you're trying to meet them, right? It's not uncommon by any means. And that's the way it is. Ace King suited here against 2-9. Scott going to make the call against home ace all in. So far, so good for Scott. Gut shot now on the turn. Ace, king, queen doesn't come. Rip it one time for Scott, and he is going to hold. Homemade down to the felt again.
And three bullets, all missed their mark tonight for our man Homey. Came in and gave it hell. He's a lot of fun on our stream, and we know we've seen him run up some serious stacks. So hopefully he will be back, and it'll be a better session for the Homey.
I was wondering why you snapped so quick, Rick. Full. I didn't see him fucking the thing. Yeah, text. I'll text him.
You ever run across any other fellow metalheads?
Not a lot.
Do
But
you put that on your profile? Like, are you advertising that you're a metalhead?
I'll put just music in general, just because I'm just a huge music head. I mean, that's one of my preferences, obviously. But yeah, man, I live music in general. For the most part, as long as it's good musicianship and a group or a band that can capture the the crowd and put on a good show. I'll go see live music regardless of the genre usually.
Sure.
He said he's first off.
Yeah, that's a particularly alcohol-intensive crowd.
It can be.
Well, I just don't think
Alcohol or flowers for sure.
My bad for thinking.
Definitely.
Yeah, amongst other substances.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that gives you half.
Yeah, I think like the rock and roll concert scene or like rave scene. I mean, you're gonna get definitely a lot of partying going on in the crowd. No doubt about it. Which in my case makes for some really good people watching. You're like, wow. That guy or gal is really enjoying themselves, and I mean really enjoying themselves. They might see a video of that later and be like, wow, what the hell was I doing? Double rainbow.
All right, hand number 75. King Jack offsuit. Logan gonna limp the small blind. I'll bring Charlie in from the big blind over to Zach now. Queen 6 suited variety. He says, nah, punish the limpers. And that is going to get a couple of calls here, I would imagine. Logan certainly going for the limp call. Charlie, I mean, you couldn't convince me in a million years that this guy was going to fold this hand. He will make the call. And 3 ways to a flop. 750 in the middle. Jack 7 deuce.
Oh, it's Jack 7 deuce.
$1,000 back to Zach. And the top pair king kicking for Logan.
I don't even care about this pot.
Zach gets his money back with the Jack 7 deuce flop.
Yes, always find a way to play. That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's so crazy. Most of the time when one of them gets that same session, the other one gets it.
Yeah.
You need to take a picture of that.
It's almost every fucking drive.
He's right there. Just let him.
It's alright, there's video proof. It's fine.
Yeah, I hit it.
He had ace king. Would you have
There you go, Logan. Well, we got some new friends in the chat. Our buddy Jedi Master Ted has joined us. And hi, my name is 44. Says, how many Slick Ricks are there in Texas? Well, I imagine there's a bunch.
I took 1,000 off your stack.
We've got at least 2 that are well known that we know. Our friend Slick Rick from down there in the Round Rock area. And then this one here. This one's a little unique, though, because his name is actually Eric. And somehow he developed the name Slick Rick. Normally, just guys named Richard or Rick get the name Slick Rick. It's kind of a name you get nicknamed growing up. A lot of Erics actually get nicknamed Easy or Easy E or Big E or something with the name E.
Sleazy.
Yeah, Sleazy E. But this Eric here goes by Slick R-I-C, no K. Just Slick Rick with a C.
Yeah. Stole that shit.
Oh.
Stole that shit like the oil.
Oh, 3 players.
Raise 150.
This time he's decided
Small
to
blind.
turn
Zach
it
makes
off.
the call. Sticky Ricky in there. Ace 9-4 two-tone board. Nobody connecting, so the sixes are still best. Effective third pair.
E-Dog, that's another good one. That's right.
It was fun to hit that.
I like me some E-Dog. A-Dog.
Tell you what, I've been called a lot worse.
There you have it. At Chili's. At Blackout Drunk Date.
Sweet gal, though.
Checky. Sticky Ricky gets outdrawn. Her 8's on the river for Charlie. Checks it over. Will get no value from the sixes, but wins the pot nonetheless.
That's always a good reference, Aaron, when you ask about, Eric, you're a sober guy. Could you date a girl who drinks? I'm like, well, the girl I could not date is the girl from that movie 40-Year-Old Virgin. You remember where he's on a date with that gal and she just gets shit housed and she's like, you want to go back to my place or whatever? And he's like, oh yeah, I don't have a car though. And she's like, oh, that's okay. So she gets in the driver's seat and offers him the little alcohol blow thing that you got to do. And just proceeds to just run into like 5 cars and throws up and all that. I want some fucking French toast. Yeah, that's the kind of girl that we won't be enjoying too many dates with.
No. It's best to draw some boundaries,
She throws up on him and she's like, you still want to make out? He's like, nah, I'm good. I'm going to pass.
I'm going to see you never. Later. Bye.
Slick Rick, a.k.a. Sticky Ricky, getting it done with the ace-king suited. All right, there's a good look at our current win-loss for our players there. Logan still up top. Charlie having a heck of a night. And everybody else kind of close there. Did hear that our man Hunter, who's been playing quite a bit lately, is going to be coming in, so we will have our 8-seat filled here.
We're getting there. We're there.
After my hours now.
That is great advice there, David, from your dad. Don't do it, son. That gun's loaded. I imagine we'll get at least one more knit game in when Hunter gets here. Man, it really was not Homey's night tonight, was there? He lost 2 knit games, and then when he finally could get his money in, it just was never good. David, things are good here in the Lone Star State. We're keeping our head above water and having a good time. Texas Card House is alive and well. Got some good tournaments coming up this weekend. We'll have our Lone Star Showdown here, 50K prize pool, $250 buy-in. We're going to do that again the following Saturday, and then the following Sunday on the 12th of April. We've got a big PLO tournament, the PLO Madness Tourney. That's a 30K guarantee for a $300 buy-in on Sunday the 12th. And then starting on the 14th, we will have our monthly even bigger one kick off. And when that booger's over, we're hoping a lot of our folks head on down to Austin and join Aaron and friends for the World Series of Poker, which is coming to Austin April 23rd to May 4th. be there
What time is it?
or be square.
I mean, I don't know. You buy it.
And look at this hand between these two.
I did buy it.
Let's go. 8 high versus 8 high.
It's really just jewelry. Like, when do you ever use it for time? It's annoying how bad it is.
Yeah.
You would think that tell time good.
He said 9 minutes ago that he was 15 minutes away.
Huh? You have a good one?
Heck yeah, that's got to be a good feeling. 90 minutes away from your weekend. No, my week is in full gear, and unfortunately, I got to talk for a living, and allergies have kicked my ass all week long. Voice is a little raspy. Wasn't going to keep it from letting me come in tonight, though. Have a good time.
Do you know what you're allergic
folks.
to in particular?
No, just seasonal crap.
Yeah, cedar or whatever the hell's
Yeah.
doing its thing out there. Yeah, I sort of go through a period. It's like a couple months out of the year, and then I like forget about it too. I'm like, because 10 months out of the year you're fine, so you just start everything's normal, and then like 2 months you're like, why is everything awful? And I can't sleep, and we got a runny nose, and my eyes are watering. Oh yeah, allergies, and I could do something about it, which usually by like month, the first month goes by and I'm like, what the hell is all this? And I'm like, oh yeah, allergies, I should take Zyrtec, and then I do that for a month, and it's fine, and whatever. I don't have to do it anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, I started, I think, about a week late taking my little seasonal allergy pills and nose spray. So.
What allergy med do you take that works for you?
What is the one I take? It's the little green bottle.
Yeah, Zyrtec.
Zyrtec, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's wild how like all of our chemistry is different. They've got like Allegra, the Zyrtec, the fucking.
What's the one I took
there's
forever?
Several other ones.
It quit working for me. I forgot which one that was, but.
Okay. None of them ever worked except for Benadryl and Zyrtec, and obviously Benadryl is like, that's like, putting a fire out with a.
Yeah, the weekends I do.
I don't know what the best analogy is, but going a little bit overboard, right?
Right.
It worked, but you're kind of just smashing everything. And if you can find the in between, then you won't quite have the same.
It was Claritin. Claritin is what I used to take.
I was telling him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, which is another one of the lighter versions. You still kind of. I don't know what I'm trying to say here, but the Benadryl will definitely like knock you out.
For
You're
sure.
just cooked. Charlie here, top and bottom pair up against the kings. Pretty nasty flop here for Scott, but will not pay any more. Folds to the check raise. Annoying, but mitigates the damage.
Absolutely. Helps get him away from that hand.
Well, tell me, Eric, what is the worst symptom for you as far as allergies? Is it because like you're losing your voice and stuff, or like what's the worst aspect of it for you?
I mean, normally when I get it, it's just sneezing for a couple of days and itchy eyes kind of stuff.
Okay.
But this time, obviously there's drainage that probably, while I'm sleeping, that went into the back of the throat that's led to the losing of the voice, because I definitely have not been, hadn't been to like a sporting event or a heavy metal concert or anything this week where I've been screaming or loud. Just voice gone out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Usually
for
just
me,
mild symptoms.
For me, it's the sleep, man. Like, I literally, I won't even have the scratchy throat or the runny nose or whatever. I just will like wake up dog tired.
Damn.
For a week, and I'm like, what is going on? And then it'll dawn on me that allergies are happening, and I have to start taking the Zyrtec. But I'm telling you, dude, it will wreck my sleep. And you don't even know what's happening. You still sleep a full night. It's not like I'm waking up every few hours. Like I'll sleep the full night, but will not feel rested, and that is what kills me.
That is no bueno.
Bottom pair, top pair. Charlie will get paid. as the Sticky Ricky is sticky enough to put 300 out there with King Deuce.
The duck queen 5.
Jimmy Jack and Poker Monkey have joined us. Poker Monkey hanging out in Biloxi playing some poker, some craps, and some slots. Well,
I'm going
hope you hit a jackpot while you're down there.
I'm trying to go
Eat some good food, have a good time.
It starts May 27th.
Last week of May, yeah.
I want to play the mystery bound, I want to play the heads up, and then whatever else. I want to play the heads up one for sure.
Hops on in and drills 72 on the TCH Live loyalty points. Let's see if I can get something here.
There's Mr. Hunter has joined us.
Nice to see you, bro.
Hey, I got Ticky McQueen.
No, I can't do the whole time. Danny, I've been doing too.
Up 1,100. That's
Go
fantastic.
there all summer, fuck it up. In the pits, you know what
I know what you mean. I had pretty good stuff.
Now that's funny.
What's up, Hunter?
Gamble.
Yeah, I dated a girl for a little while, and she had to get the nose surgery to open up her sinuses. And man, she was miserable for a solid 2 weeks. Just made me never want to even consider that surgery.
Bottom boat here for Danny.
Nice.
Whole lot of nothing here from either of those two opponents. Checks through on the flop. 6 of spades now on the turn, and SP says if no one's going to bet, I'll go ahead and try to take this one away. Danny is like, yes, please.
I don't want to do something new though.
Gonna make the call, slow play to the river, and SP does not want to find a heart, king, or queen on the river. It's the ace of diamonds. Now with nut no pair, not really a spot that you want to check out of position, but I'm not sure he wants to bluff with this hand either. Let's find out. Shuts it down with a check.
So the Mexicans were really slow because they were way too hands. Then they put the time clock on 15 hands. It's a 25 or it's
A little bit awkward. Like, you know that if Danny just checks back, you lose 100% of the time, but when he bets, you actually will have the best hand sometimes. 100.
Are you going to Florida? Yeah, I think so. Huh? The whole time?
Oh.
No.
Yeah, spread that pot.
Spread that pot, Daddy.
Yes, let's just talk after.
This is a fun spot,
I definitely
honestly. Eski
But I like
pretty much stayed out of the danger zone here for most of the night, now facing a curious spot where he's sort of up against a polarized range. Danny did just call on the turn though, check through flop and call turn, so he does have some ace-x. Eski though gonna make the call here, and he's gonna get paid is Danny. Really well played there from Danny, and Eski just a little bit sticky on the end. Gonna pay that one off.
No, it's me.
Oh, it's you.
I saw my apartment number.
Yeah, David, that's normally something that you ask the dealer to do as well. We'll have to slap Eski's hand for that one.
Yeah, nice.
Who has finally got his VPIP up at least to 20%. Scott at 24, but Charlie still up top. 52% VPIP. He is putting money into pots tonight.
Yeah, he's continuing to increase his VPIP. Usually when someone's at 50%, you're like, yeah, we don't have enough statistics. They're getting a lot of good playable hands. No, this man has played 85 hands, and he's in there. Just after it every time. Sticky Rick and Zach holding down second position at 36%. Very respectable number. That shows some aggressiveness for sure.
If I get there in time, absolutely.
Let's get serious.
Poker Monkey. Little shout out here to Danny. Such a nice guy. Played some 2-5 together. Let's go. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Danny is a very charismatic guy, right? He'll show up at your game. Doesn't matter if he knows you or not. He's gonna be chatty. He's gonna be trying to get to know you, or at least spice up the game a little bit with a little bit of banter. Very gregarious gentleman right there. Scott gonna pick up the top pair, and this hand is locked up. Can't get any better for him, but it does. However, 4 hearts on board. If someone wanted to try to take it away, but they don't.
Zach says, yeah, that's good. I guess I'll fold. You got king queen there. All right, right on time for Hunter to show up. We got a knit game starting.
Get some backwash.
I was sick because I shot it.
Put some backwash in taco straight.
So I took the second one I do, and I stopped taking it.
Here's a question for you, Eric.
All right, hit me.
Would it intimidate you to date a woman that makes substantially more than you do?
No, where you at? Where you at, honey?
Love that answer. Let's go. Sugar Mama incoming for Mr. Eric Van Loozen.
I still feel like, you know, my time to, you know, be financially super successful is still coming. But in the meantime, if she's out there and wants to take care of Daddy, then I welcome it. I have had a couple offers, Aaron.
Oh, really?
From right here in our poker room.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Just not quite in the demographic. Just not fit.
Yeah.
fit the bill.
That's a good way to put it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, when he's going skinny, that's all. Everything. Just incredible. Yeah, incredible. I got goosebumps watching that one.
I'd be living
Top
good.
2 pair here for Sticky Ricky. Scott with the flush draw. Brick City going to be jacks full of 5s for the stickiest of bricks. King high for Scott. Not out of the realm of possibility that we find a hero call here on the river. Sticky Ricky, first to act. Value town for 1,000. Already seen Scott look up an opponent earlier in the evening with a bluff catcher. He was incorrect in that occasion. Will he do so again? He will not. Rick will show the hand. Get rid of the knit button and shift the pot. It's a weird world out there, though, man. I don't envy you. I'm very fortunate to found a good partner and no longer out there searching. But it's a challenge, right? I mean, these are the sorts of questions that you come across because, right? You got the financial stability between 2 people. You've got interests, you've got alcohol intake or not. I mean, there's just so many variables, man. It's just so challenging out there. Tough to keep your sanity. But I wish you the best, man. I really do. I hope we find Mr. Eric Van Loozen.
A mister?
A mister or
you said I hope we find a mister.
I was gonna say a Mr. Eric Van Loozen, a lady, but you know, if you want a mister, you go get it, dude.
It was the A in front of a mister. I was like, wait a minute. What you're trying to say is you hope you find Mr. Eric Van Loozen, a lady. I see what you did.
Yeah. I'm here for you, man. Maybe you need to embrace oysters to find the right lady, though. I don't know.
Moister
Probably
than an
not.
oyster. Moister than an oyster.
I doubt that's the key to your success. I do, but you know, I wish you the best. 5 of spades on the turn. No help for Zach. Charlie with another check over. 2,500 in the middle. Stack to pot ratio about 1.5. If Zach is going to commit, he's going to go now.
Yeah.
Here it is. Sets up the river jam with 1,300, 1,400, excuse me, here on the turn. Charlie picking up the gut shot, but doesn't have the betting lead, and this is very uncomfortable. %80 favorite for Charlie with the pair of threes, and we know just how unlikely it is that you feel like you have 80% equity with the 2 red threes here. I think this one through. I don't know. What's your prediction?
I just was about to say fold.
And now it's like 100% fold, right? You don't have that body language. Takes a next level savage to put off this energy and then just look over, square in the eyes of Zach and say, all of it. You know, like that's not happening. But he doesn't think of Zach wins. Well played. King Jack on his back and the 2 threes. Yeah, they were good.
Oh no, David, none taken, man. That was I think that was kind of a funny spot there because both Aaron and I reacted the same way when we saw the pot being spread out by a player real quick. Like, wait a minute. This ain't your grandpa's home game now. Get your hands out of the pot, young man.
A Poker Monkey, I have not seen it. It came out while we were on the air, so I'm going to go watch it later. And then you got quad aces today in 1-3. Dude had aces full. So I presume that means you won a lot of money. And they straddle there any position but the blinds. Yes! I played there in Biloxi a couple of years ago when they had their tournament series, and it was that weirdness of just like, it was like, I mean, you know, Texas has rules about where you can straddle, and there ain't none of this button straddle, let alone straddling from anywhere. You go to frickin' Biloxi, and they're like, yeah, you can straddle if you're in the game over there. Like, a different table can straddle on yours. Like, it's insane. So, I mean, yeah, if it's your option, straddle, basically, in that game. Because they also give you, like, ultimate last action or something insane, right? Isn't it just, like, full-on Wild West over there?
And Jesse J. 1-3, 2 ball ups. No.
Check here on the turn. Over to Sticky Ricky with the bottom pair. 1675 in the middle. He is going to check it back. And the ace of spades now on the river. Both players seemingly headed to showdown. Do we ever get a block? Or I'm not really sure what the move is here. Knowing that Rick is such a capable player, it is a block. Yeah. I mean, I see it. It's like an inducing block. I kind of like this. He's going to get the value from the call, which, oh, and he's going to drop the 6-7 motion as well. It's a little dated at this point. Doesn't quite get the same reaction that it would have maybe 2 months ago. But yeah, I kind of like it. I feel like it's maybe a little deflating when you just get the call and you don't have your opponent just like drop in the 2,500 and you snap call for the big win. But it's also a bit of a win against Rick because you don't have to face that decision either. I don't know. I like it.
You said you that came out good.
Hunter, you gotta start bluffing. You've been like 5 hands. You haven't bluffed yet? You haven't like 4-bet
What
yet?
happened in the good old days? You're good. You're good. You're good. You're good.
You're catching some strays here. It's only been in the hand or been at the table for like less than an orbit, and people are like, "What are you doing, man?" At least if I heard that correctly, I think it was people throwing shade at our newest player, Mr. Hunter in the HD. Vicky Ricky going to take this one down pre-flop. David Smith, 57. Just dating life. More of a hold up than a stick up. Let's go. Don't know how old Kiwi is, but you know, dating may be behind you, it may be in front of you. You never know. If a person ain't with you, they might be out there. Never give up hope.
Oh, we're having fun today.
Unless you're just cool, flying solo. Also fine as well.
How does he get this seat? How does this happen?
So how does he win every flip?
Back for the Robbie. Appropriately timed. I hear Garrett Adelstein has a book out.
We got lucky there. That could have been 1,200.
Been hyping that one up on the YouTubes. Not so sure I'm going to buy the book. I'm very curious about what actually happened the night of and the immediate days surrounding that incident, because we definitely all got the media version of what happened. Oh my God, look at this. 4-4 king, 2 clubs. Bet 500, snap call. We'll come back to the Garrett Adelstein nonsense here in a moment as Scott is now going to turn top pair. This is nightmarish unless he finds a miracle river card. 1385 in the middle. Sticky Ricky. Propensity to size up in these spots. Oh, he's going to go small. He doesn't want to scare off a king. 700 snap call river, queen of spades. Now we've got to go for the big bet, right? After we go call. No chance we go under pot here. In fact, Scott has 3670. Yeah, we're going to ask for all of it. Snap call, the 4 gets shown, and Scott, who thinks that he's got his man on a hook, is in fact the fish himself. Going to ship the whole kit and caboodle over, and expertly played there for the luckiest man, Sticky Rick, flopping the 4 with the Jack 4. The Robbie, the suited Robbie gets the whole thing, the whole business, the whole meal. Words are hearts. TCH Live.
Break one down for Scott.
Sure.
David Smith in the chat, you watched it live, and you thought she put him on that hand, which made sense? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I mean, then she started talking. Okay. Largest pots of the night here, aces versus ace king, a big one there. They ended up not chopping that one, right? That was Logan's big double up. Sticky Ricky and Scott now. That hand we just witnessed is going to take second position on the hierarchy. Then the two kings versus ace five. Spooky ripping it in pre-flop. They did chop that one. And then Charlie, the king nine, looking up Annie's early bluff from hand number 6 with the river 2 pair taking the 7K pot. So some big ones here this evening. David Smith, it was that combo draw or what, really? Well, listen.
64.
I'm, you know, at the risk of bringing back old trauma, which has been processed, you know, just to the end of time and back. I mean, remember when it happened and it was all anybody could talk about for the next, like, month? People were playing Jack 4 for the next, like, 3 months. Like, that hand made a significant imprint on the poker psyche. But, like, come on, man. Like, you're giving credit here. You're giving credit to this woman to think about having that combo and being capable of calling with Jack high because you actually understand what happened in the hand and think that he could have this bluff. No, get out of here with that. No chance, man. Yeah, here we go. She misread her hand, blah, blah, blah. No, she told him she thought he had ace high. She literally on the spot tried to use the words that she had at her. I should probably stop. I'm gonna be part of a lawsuit.
You don't see light for like a week.
I'll take a 10. For the guy in bench.
I swear, if he
King of diamonds on
he
the
was right,
Here's what I'll say.
what gets more clicks?
I do not
Fold
think
when you're right or fold when you're wrong? How about that?
that, one, her capacity as a poker player would lead her to actually make a conscious decision that Jack high was a good call. That's one.
I always get the beneficiaries. It got to happen, bro.
Number two, saying
When he shows
that
you fours, what
she
do you
thought
feel like
he had
inside when
ace
he's
high,
taking forever? Like, are you like,
and
you
the
believe this is
other
going on right now?
ridiculous things that she said to try to justify the call, which are all completely don't make sense.
Like no one's saying anything, guys.
That's when it clicked.
And the fact that she gave the money back.
You know, if he wouldn't have said, I don't have a straight flush, and you believe
How
it,
how do you add that all up and be like,
I believed it.
Yeah.
And if he didn't say that, you probably don't raise.
I don't. I just call.
knew what he had or thought she knew what he had and like made a good call and it was all real
Those
poker?
words.
Yeah, exactly.
I
And
don't
he
know how you do
literally, like, I was like, oh, he really doesn't have a straight
Do
flush.
we
The
have
way
a
he said
smoking
it.
gun? Do we know what happened? You know, can we say it with definitive proof?
Yeah, not
Typically
the
don't
way.
But it is fun
Yeah,
that
not the way he said
we're
it.
now getting a new insight. We're getting a book, whatever. Somebody will read it. I'll get the synopsis. Life will go on.
The sequence of events that
And
had
then,
to happen.
and then when he says that, and I think it over just a second more, and I shove a confidence.
Yeah.
I'm extruding confidence.
Yeah,
too.
I
I think I got you. You got threes, or you got ace four,
Ace
or
four.
6-4. There's a lot of hands I'm beating at that point.
Hunter wins the pot. 2 pair. Players at the table not talking about the Robbie hand. They're talking about the 6s versus 4s.
How many nits? 3?
3.
Four.
I have my money.
No, you still good, right?
I'll put 400 on your
No, that's bullshit. You can just rip it or something.
Anyone coached to play G-Man?
Ripping it 15K. $100?
Does anything about her play
Listen, they're all
over the course of that night
What's the bet?
or her discussion of the hands, does any of it speak to you as though she was coached and understood something?
I swear that is a fair argument.
He's hiding in a cave far, far away.
I don't know, man.
Three rings. 525.
I think he plays too much PLO though.
Now everyone's gonna think he's a bit. He's gonna get away with a lot of
Look, everybody's got a piece. I'm happy to have this conversation, and I'm happy to engage with you, David. But I mean, I don't know if you're calling me sexist or if you're talking about like the general discussion about the whole thing with Robbie. But I don't think we have to bring that into it. I'm not staking this whole thing on the fact that she's a woman. I'm staking just the question around it on the response, right? I mean, look, here's the thing. You called a villain with your king high. You called a villain. You typed this in the chat. You called a villain with king high because you put him on a draw, and that you thought they were capable, and you were right, presumably. And you spiked your king high down on the table, and you stood up probably, and you were, high-fived somebody at the table, right? This was a moment of triumph for you. You were right, man. You freaking called this guy with king high. Hell yeah, let's go, dude. You freaking smoked this guy with king high. You were right. Is that what she did? Hell no. It's not nothing about that. She didn't have the response of someone that just freaking spiked somebody with jack high. I would have run around the freaking room. I would have gone out the glass doors into the main room. I would have high-fived everybody out there, and I would have told everybody breathing in the establishment that I just called Garrett Adelstein with jack high and was correct for a freaking whatever that was, hundreds of thousands of dollars prize. That's what I would do. Somebody who thought they were making a big call with jack high and was right would have absolutely lost their mind. They celebrate.
Oh yeah.
There's right. How can you? To me, there's no question. You can't even bring that side of the equation in of like she knew what she was doing. She made the call with jack high, whatever. Like you could say whatever you want about whether or not she, just kind of stumbled into it or something.
So unrealistic of it.
Come on, you can't say she did it on purpose and didn't celebrate.
Quads over like full house over quads over straight.
Yeah, I know we're going off. I've been rambling about this for a while. I hope everybody in the chat is enjoying my little take on this. It's me and David in the chat here, but my goodness, I'm telling you, come on, a rational, reasonable person would have actually high-fived everyone in the establishment if they did that. Pulled that off against Garrett Adelstein and knew what they did. She didn't know what she did. Whether she knew something else or didn't. 755 dealer change. It's a bomb pot. Let's shift it up a little, okay? Never okay to go after a woman like that. What?
400.
All right. I guess we're just gonna move on. I don't know, man. You're bringing up a lot of stuff that's talking about things outside of the hand. It's tough to have the conversation when we're talking about how it's not okay to challenge somebody or whatever. I'm not trying to justify anybody's behavior. I'm just talking about the hand. That's all I'm doing. And if you're talking about what Garrett did or something that I don't have information on, okay. But like. That shit was freaking fishy, bro. That shit's fishy, bro.
What did I miss?
Dude, we're having a jolly good conversation about Jack 4 Robbie again, bro. We're going back because G-Man's book is out. Check. David Smith is blowing up.
Well, I was gonna say, David wrote a book in the chat.
Yeah, it's free here on YouTube. Words are way too hard for me, bro. I can't read that whole book. Are you serious?
All right.
Way too much.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. So Charlie back up top since I was away for a minute there.
No, look, David. I'm not throwing shade at you. Like, of course, like anybody's take is whatever, but I just I don't know, man. I feel like the take that somehow it's, you know, not okay to like scrutinize the play because it's a woman or whatever. That takes away from the fact that the whole thing is very strange, right? I don't care. You just put like a black marker over like her spot on the table and say this person did this and then didn't celebrate like they just made the biggest call of their life and then gave the money back later, right? I mean, come on, man. It's all insane. None of it makes sense. It's absolutely insane.
Whoa, look at
And of course, I don't know the truth. I don't know what's going on, but come on, it's wild.
what I feel like I've missed more than that. I got Slick Rick over there with a pyramid of green chips. Charlie back up top of the leaderboard.
We did play a couple of big hands. We did. So Scott and Slick played a big one. It was the whole reason that we got onto this is that Slick played the Jack 4. He played the Jack 4 and Scott had Ace 7 suited. The flop was King 4-4 with an ace on the turn.
Oh, nasty.
And yeah, Scott got stacked, and then we started talking about Robbie. That's what happened. And I was already talking to, I don't know if it happened at the same time or exactly what it was. It must have been Jack 4 played, and then I started talking about the G-Man book. That must have been how it happened. I don't know.
Are we going to refer it to the Slobby now instead of the Robbie because Slick Rick won with it? Just change it up.
No, it's still the Robbie. Slick Rick just, you know, took it to the next level.
We do have one seat available for that $10 non-pot. If you are interested in playing that game, please come to the podium and we will get you seated.
Sorry?
Did you go all the way over and down from there, or did you go through the bottom?
Yeah, no, yeah, that whole thing was
The last two comments were nailed, right? About the LA people being crazy, and then the fact that it all happened at Hustler of all places. Yep. That's California for you.
Truth. Yeah, I mean, there's just crazy things had happened prior to that, right?
Yeah, I put it on
And crazy things have happened since.
Right.
And one thing for sure that we all know, right? We don't acknowledge it until later, but we all know that crazier things than what we already know about are happening right now. And we will find out about them in the future. And then we will look back and be like, oh, that was happening then. I wonder what's crazy stuff has happened since.
Right.
Because then that stuff that just got found out will have already been having happened for X number of years or months or whatever. And other crazy stuff is happening at the moment that we find out about stuff from the past. Like Sticky Ricky here, gonna make the call with the top pair on the flop, and good for a 3K pot, by the way.
Living that name up. Sticky is all get out.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like top pair. Opponent hasn't shown any strength until the river. We don't buy this. Yeah, let's go.
I saw that we're going, and this word will be dependent on whether you believe or not, but I saw that we're going hashtag back to the moon. Did you see that?
We, you mean the United States?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So.
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese have been up there a couple of times already in the last decade, right?
I don't know. If you believe it. If you believe the moon is real, Aaron.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now, moons are hearts. It's a whole new, it's a whole realm.
This was 150.
I'm just trying to see what other shit we can get started.
All right.
Yeah, damn right.
Yes, I'll give you 4K.
Yeah, solvers on the rails are, man, that was wild.
At least that was out. There's no conspiracy about what happened. The man had a solver and a team of people executing it on his behalf in between hands. All perfectly televised. No conspiracy there, just reality. And then the people's argument is that I think it was fishy because this person did not act how I would act.
Yeah.
Well, that's simplifying it greatly.
It's the way people argue a lot of things, you know. Well, I wouldn't have done it that way, so it must be wrong.
And it's absolutely fair. It is absolutely fair to challenge it on that basis.
Was that what it was? Okay, yeah.
Because it is absolutely fair that a person with just infinite money can come into a game, have no idea what they're doing, and just like flounder their way through a hand completely like unknowing of what they've just accomplished. It's an absolutely possible answer to the whole thing. But does it make sense for someone who just floundered their way into a win with Jack High calling the river to then respond with, I thought you had ace high? Would you say that?
Yeah.
Would it occur to you to say that? You could also try to justify it. You could try to say, well, they're just so out of tune that they think they have to say something poker related to try to justify it, so they'll say something that doesn't even make sense. Okay, yeah, we could go all the way down that rabbit hole, which is why no like substantial realization of guilt or non-guilt has occurred, right? Because there is the uncertainty around it. My whole thing is that if I was just responding to what David was saying in the chat, which was like, she put him on that hand, and she made the call because she'd been coached that Garrett is capable of this. If you're conscious of these things and you've been coached and you think that you're making the right call, you're gonna celebrate. She didn't do that. So that you're only left, the only possible way of like brushing it off is to say she was so clueless. And that's just tough. That's a tough one to digest.
The channel started tonight. It started tonight. Let's go.
Conspiracy all caps channel. Right up there with Joey Ingram? I don't know. Let's go. I love it though. I mean, we're having a good time, aren't we?
I am.
All right, check's on.
Good time. I love this. I just think it's fun that we get to circle back to it, right? The fact that like G-Man kind of dropped off the planet. He like came back, what, like a year and a half later and played a few streams, but never came back to his former glory.
Yeah.
I mean, it damaged his.
Oh, 100% it did. 100%
like public facing. He may have been playing like infinite, private games and still raking in all the same money. Who knows? But he definitely wasn't playing the live streams anymore.
And I'll tell you, I mean, I don't really enjoy a lot of other live streams. I really enjoyed watching him and a few of the other guys that he was regularly playing with play against each other. And sometimes I liked the way that people would try to play against him. Because I mean, he was something to watch. There's no doubt about it. Like the personality, like the person, whatever aside, just poker in general, watching him play was fascinating. And once we lost that, it's just like, I had some other streams in Texas I watch, and some of our own, but I'm not really watching a whole lot of poker streams anymore. And a lot of it has to do with him being off of it, and the characters that are on him now, I just, I don't find them very likable people. So who knows? But we're glad y'all are here with us. Scott's got his full stack in with kings.
And Logan's got, he's got a real hand, but yeah, I think, this is just a little bit too big for him, I mean, let's say it was like 2,500, then he's just in there, right? The fact that it's 3,400, he just gets to let it go. Scott's just not the guy that's going to launch it in there with something that ace queen suited is like clearly dominating.
I heard
There's an argument. There's an argument on the other side of that, but like Charlie here with the 6-5 suited, this is like pure gamble. Oh wow, Scott is all in for 5,800. This is not 3,400.
Much more, yeah. I heard Logan say, yeah, I may not get invited to the home game anymore because Scott hosts a pretty fun home game, and he had invited Logan earlier, and he was like, if I call and win, I may lose my invite. But yeah, 5,800 just bam, right in your face. And ace queen shrivels up real quick. Oh yeah.
That's a bad one to pay for.
JRB would be fun.
There's like nothing good. You're beating nothing. Yeah. You're beating nothing.
Oh my God, JRB.
It's actually live against
Yeah, a lot of those like Poker After Dark with those classic, you know, WSOP pros that we all grew up kind of getting into poker watching. I really liked watching those, and Tom Dwan got on there and some of that stuff. But yeah, I mean, that's not really around as much anymore. And once, I don't know, a lot of the streams I just have not been just real impressed with since that whole incident happened. So.
Yeah, remember the good old days? You'd see, you'd have Daniel Negreanu, Barry Greenstein,
yeah,
like Texas Dolly.
Mattisau.
They'd have, yes, Mattisau, and they'd have like bricks of $100 bills in front of them. They would literally just like have to grab like 20 pounds of hundreds and like manhandle them across the line to wager like an all-in bet.
Gus Hansen would like pick two of them up and flex in his like size medium shirt as he moved it across the table. Those were the days.
Yeah.
Those were the days.
Oh, good. Yeah, and they would be doing some weird stuff too, but you know, weird only goes so far. You know, it's like when somebody made a big play and they won the pot, they damn well knew they made the right play. None of this like look around the table cross-eyed like, did I just do a thing? Like, very different vibe. Ace-9 here for Zach, gonna ship the pot. Let's go, baby.
So Danny's actually up now, 5K. His stack has swelled up though, because he's added on to 20K. Got everybody at the table covered, and just a crazy stack over there. There's our V-pips again. Oh, Charlie went down 1%, Aaron. He's down to 51%.
Oh, boy. Get him out of here.
I believe it. That's exactly what we're at.
Hunter's only been here a hot minute, so we won't get after him too hard for being at 8%.
Such a cooler. I'll be like, oh, fucking
I will say this. You could have.
Fucking Charlie's got ace jack.
You missed out on
Raise to 300.
I'm fine. I didn't feel like you were checking.
Sticky Ricky, ace-7 offsuit, giving him the business. Danny, though, king-jack suited, gonna make the call.
Get him,
Straddle position. That'll bring Charlie along. We're going 3 ways to a flop. 935 in the middle.
It's my time.
Sticky Ricky in position with the betting lead, and he gets a 6-high flop rainbow board. Checks through. King now on the turn. Danny with the top pair. Should still have a natural check and flow. He does. Back over to Sticky Ricky, who is like, no, I'm not checking this board with king high. So, not betting. Ace high still maybe good. Probably not after queen on the river, but he was already cooked, and Danny will now probe the river for the low, low price of $400, $350, excuse me.
I didn't like that either.
So again, the second one's coming out this year. Leo.
You talked about this a couple months ago, and I wrote it in my notes, and I feel like I might have watched it.
That's a crazy take. So look at the cast.
No,
for the
no,
video
no.
coming out.
Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. I thought we were leaving early.
Leo's putting his head over.
10:45?
Yeah.
Okay.
Very,
Very well. Is your friend here?
Yeah. How are you doing?
Against the like film critics.
Red hat?
But it's also like a guy.
With the red hat, yes, yeah. How are you doing?
I'm rallying. I took a really big.
Yeah, I saw.
All good. Yeah, Dylan's on the way.
Scott says I'm rallying.
He's rallying.
Down 2,500, but gonna last, baby.
Still an hour and 20 minutes left to go. Big stacks all around him. He can definitely get a double up through a couple of these players.
Zach here still waiting for his spot as he's largely been held in check. Had a few opportunities here and there, but feels like just kind of one of those nights where Zach's maybe just a little bit off kilter.
A little perturbed by the way some of those early runs went for him.
Yeah. Also just kind of sticking around with the fours, willing to take the spot against Click Rick, only to fold the turn in that big pot. Yeah, just maybe pushing the boundaries a little bit where he knows he doesn't need to, and getting sucked into some spots, or just avoiding them entirely. Just maybe a little off kilter tonight. It happens. King deuce on the flop, check through, 5 on the turn, free river card, no change. The ace high will be good at showdown. And for 775 in the middle, Charlie will indeed take it with the ace high.
No, I was hitting the smart.
I don't think you had advice.
I read like to the November.
See if it's time enough for me to wager again. Gonna give it the old 123. Down to 1,000, Eric. Man, I'm almost sub 1,000 on my TCH Live loyalty.
Yeah, but you're going to rally. You're rallying.
I'm rallying. You're right. I'm rallying. Somebody tell Shane I'm rallying.
I believe in you, Eric.
I watched.
You know what?
I watched the Bronx.
No,
That's all I need.
he doesn't have free.
You need one friend to tell you they believe in you. In this life, you got it right here.
The casino guy was my old boss. The movie was made about a guy. He was my old boss.
Really?
His name was Lefty Rosenthal.
Okay.
Lip train all
They made
aboard.
movies. He didn't look like Robert De Niro.
So far, just one.
And Hooker's story is kind of true.
Rider.
They had 2 kids. She had 2 kids with that pimp guy. And they had one son. Very smart.
One of the most gruesome movies
I met him after. I met
Will
him in the 90s.
board the limp train. Logan checks the option, and we're going to go 3 players to a flop in a limp.
Nice chance for fun.
Pot? Jack 3, 3, 2 spades. Wow. Ace high. Big favorite.
That's nice.
You a grilling man, Eric? You like to grill?
I do. Love to put my meat on the grill.
So it was a guy about my age who was a shark.
Thank you for putting it that way.
Absolutely.
What's your favorite thing to grill?
I mean, I like steaks for the most part if I'm going to be doing the grilling. I'll throw on some stuff every now and then, like brats or burgers, but steaks and pork chops. Usually what I enjoy grilling the most.
Yeah. Anything special, or you just straight up?
Just straight up. Salt and pepper. I don't really do a whole lot of marinating. Sometimes I'll throw on a little of that word we don't know how to pronounce, Worcestershire, but yeah, little garlic, salt, some pepper.
Oh yeah.
Get it cooked just right. Doesn't need a whole lot. Good quality cut of beef, and
525.
just makes you say America.
Potentially.
Esky 3-bet 525 from the low jack here over Sticky Ricky's early position open. Charlie here from the straddle position, contemplating a cold call. Definitely a difficult, challenging, unrecommended. I don't know.
All the above.
Best way to put that. Yeah. I mean, putting in the cold 4-bet obviously just looks strong, but like Esky hasn't been playing a lot of hands. We have 2 7s. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna fold in this. I'm not thinking twice about this, but here comes the call. Here comes the call. The cold call from Charlie. Yeah, Sticky Ricky. He's like, I ain't that sticky, bro. I'm done with
Not getting in between these two. Hell no.
And he would have flopped best. Brick City here for the ace-9 of clubs. And it's so awkward when someone cold calls. It's so awkward. But their range is also very definable, right? It's like 7s, 8s, 9s, and then maybe 10s, and then maybe ace, jack, ace, queen. Like it's just so, it's so narrow. 7s are still playing 10s up.
1,000.
He's gonna donk lead the turn for half pot. 2 flush draws available. This is such a wild hand, Eric.
And if you're Esky and you put him on 7s, 8s, 9s, you do have removal to 9s, but if you put him on those, can you blow him off one of those hands with a huge raise here? I don't see calling here as really a good option, right?
I mean, but Charlie just never has a 10. He never leads the turn with a 10. So, like, it doesn't really matter what you have anymore. It's just so awkward. Like,
that's what I'm saying.
Man,
can you get him to fold? You know, that's the. I mean, you have to go for all of it, right? To get him to fold once he donks into you.
Well, here's the thing: if you're confident that your opponent doesn't have a 10, you're not trying to blow him off of it on the turn. You just call. You just look at him. You look him dead in the eyes, and you call, and you say, "What are you going to do on the river? We both know you don't have a 10. I can have a 10. You can't. So what are you going to do now on the river? Are you just going to blast it in there with your whatever it is, happens to be 7s, but like can be a bunch of shit? And if you don't, then I can go all in over the top of you and just...
That's ambitious.
You never have a 10.
Yeah.
You don't have a 10. Nobody leads a 10 there. It doesn't happen. So it would have been real savage if Esky just like looks at him.
Found a call.
And calls.
Yeah.
And then the river comes, whatever the hell it would have been.
Like a jack or something, yeah.
And now 7s, like, you're really just going to, like, barrel again? Like, for what size? I have no idea what Charlie would have done. But, like, if Esky just soul read him and was like, do what you're going to do, and then I'm going to just punish you with an all-in. It doesn't matter. Unless you go all-in, at which point, of course, I'll snap fold. But, like, if you don't, I can go all-in. But those spots are like, it's like 2 people playing chicken semi-trucks. Like, I mean, the consequences of failure are death or getting stacked. And you just don't have to do it, which is why Esky just decides, okay, you win. Again.
You guys are allowed to bluff if you want.
I can't just call it. I got to shove.
Yes.
I'm not good enough to
Can I get a water, please?
We got a good game here tonight. This is fun. And you and Mr. RJ Dupree get to hang out for a whole nother hour and change.
That's right.
Raised to 150.
This time I got a cranberry apple tea with honey. Trying to get that voice right. At least for the next hour, but so I can go home and shut up and see if it'll heal a little bit.
Nice try.
525.
You can find some nice Topo Chicos. I'm paying 5x for them.
Yeah, we used to have them all the time.
I mean, Charlie fucked me, man. Fucking XRP $5 my ass.
Yeah, I agree.
Why is there a shortage? Anyone know?
I got all this fucking crypto because of Charlie.
Not sure.
Say, man.
Cartel, maybe.
Down pile.
You know, they
Talk
can
about
hurt
the
too.
Topo Chico shortage. We had one of those back in the
I
COVID days as well.
Yeah.
You disrupt any of the supply chains, and Topo Chico instantly becomes like the most valuable commodity.
Yeah, can't like they just can't do it. Yeah. Can't keep up.
Ace 9, Ace King, both players whiffing the flop. Backdoor diamonds, backdoor hearts.
I know, but what he's
available.
doing right now is raising oil
Players.
prices through the roof, so I can't complain.
Hello, Will.
The next few months should be pretty solid for me. Hopefully it stays up for a long time.
Check from Esky. Hunter in position with the gut shot to Broadway, 2 overs. Standard continuation for 650. And takes it down.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I have to get some friends and I pay $4.19.
And number 107, profit and loss here. Logan up the most, 7,200 in profit. Sticky Ricky up to 5,800. Danny right behind him at 57. Charlie, 47. Hunter, 17. There's a 7 in all of these almost. And then the losers, Esky, Scott, Spooky, Zach, and of course Homey, who took leave after getting buried for 3 buy-ins. Things not going his way tonight. Look forward to seeing Homey back with us in the future, but tonight just not his night.
Actually, we went 0-3 on Friday. Fucking wrecking
You running good, Taco? Of course. Hello. I got off just in the right time.
Yeah, I mean,
You run.
that was amazing. You like a 6 cents. I would have lost if it didn't.
Raise to 1,000.
King Queen, Ace 8, now the King Jack. Sticky Ricky putting in the 3-piece from the big blind against the button open. Or rather, it was a button flat, I believe. The original open happened from the cutoff, perhaps. Now over to Charlie, who already giving off the vibes of someone who does not want to play a 20K pot. So definitely just hold now.
That'd have been sick if he did all that. He's like, all right,
Hold on. I bet you has a better hit than you.
If he has a pair, I don't know. Like if he has 3s, it's technically better.
He has a pair of ace. That's it.
All right, thank you.
Rick's like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I won the pot, so get out of here.
What'd you have, Slick? We might have the same hand.
Kiwi drinking hazelnut coffee. Let's go. It is a different time of the day over there in New Zealand.
You were
I looked at his head, I was like,
The appropriate time of day for having coffee. Not so much here in the United States, especially Central Time, 9:32 p.m. 2 players still in the net game. Spooky here under the gun, not putting out the straddle. Will raise under the gun to 300.
You finally started pretending now? You started bluffing? You got a good one.
I didn't.
Harley makes a call in the cutoff.
The jam's a little much once I started talking.
And Scott comes along from the straddle, so just 1 player with the nit button involved. It's Spooky, and he will flop top pair. With the Jack 8 offsuit, far and away the best hand here. No gut shot or flush draws immediate. And he's going to take it down, so Spooky wins the nit game. Not going to pay off 2 in a row.
And who's our nit loser?
He is not the nit loser. We got Splash Pot incoming. And yeah, who was it? Lost.
All right, splash pot.
Logan?
They're doing 2 $400 ones. I do know that.
You need a stress ball or something.
Back in time. On my,
Are you checking it out? See who it was?
I'm gonna try. Yeah, it was Logan, Spooky, Zach that had buttons. Excuse me, Logan and Spooky that had buttons. So Spooky won the hand, Logan sponsored Splash Pot. Confirmed.
Okay, Jimmy Jack confirmed as well. Thank you, guys.
All right, train. All that money in the middle, it's either limp or go big. So people trying to get in there for cheap. And we are going to get 4 of them to a flop with the extra 400 in the middle.
A little something for
And
everybody.
wow, 3 players flop a king.
All the kings, men.
Charlie with the top pair, no kicker. That's the best of it.
And now all you need is a queen. What is this board?
Oh my God, I don't even know what David is saying, but I love it. I just absolutely love it. This is the best sentence I've read in a long time. The jack on the river is not going to improve anyone past the ace deuce. Charlie will call the bet of 100 into 1,400. The other 2 kings hit the muck, and indeed it is the ace for Charlie dragging the pot. Wow, what an epic.
Yeah, can't blame Logan for at least trying to fight for one of his $400 round.
I've seen too much.
Splash pots there.
Full top there. There's just
Second splash right.
but I don't mind paying my man off.
The 400 in this one.
Hey, watch. And if I do call it, so now it's jack for me or something. Not even the queen.
Well, nobody down in a real bad way with about an hour left. Our man Home took the beating tonight. Shout out to him. Hope the next time he's on, he runs really good. Just a rough night over there in that 8 seat. And now we got Hunter in the 8 seat, and it seems like things are going okay for him. He's up a little under 2K.
Certainly hanging in there for sure. Raise to 350 here from Logan. The extra money in the middle going to incentivize the larger open. Charlie making the call with the 10-8 suited. And Sticky Ricky, Queen 8. 3-piece chicken McNugget, 1,200 to go.
That is a large bet with, wow, Danny, just not even a thought. Just get out of there. Don't care.
Wow. Wow. Paul from Logan, Charlie invited into the pot. He's man in the middle, but 10-8 of diamonds for 800 bucks. Nah, never fold. Makes the call. 3 ways to a flop. Sticky Ricky with the betting lead, but he's not the favorite to win this hand. 16% equity.
Oh, it's a doozy.
However, the 9-6-6, 2 hearts, means that, you know, I mean, you just bet. What are they going to do? Logan's out of there with the best of it. King high. Back over to Charlie. He's got a gut shot and a backdoor diamonds, but how awful does this feel, Eric? Like, what the hell is this? What are we doing? Do we check raise? Do we just go for it? Just give him the business?
Tough to just call for a gutter, so I think check raise or fold here are the thoughts running through my head if I'm Charlie, but
yeah, please don't call. Oh, it's so miserable. That any just like random black card comes on the turn.
Yeah,
that
black
isn't a
deuce.
7, and you're just like, yeah, I lose.
48, almost 4,900 out there though.
She's winning.
Yeah, but it's like you have to click them. You have to make it like 2,800 or something to just like take the betting lead and give yourself room to like actually bet a reasonable amount on the turn. I don't know. It's so weird. It's so weird.
You remember me 2 years ago?
Yeah, the first time I put a stock, we were like,
Over here with Queen 8 offsuit, 2 black cards. Like, please fold. Oh, he called.
Option number 3 activated. Oh, and he gets a diamond.
that's still so rough because it's like the worst possible card that you can get. But how do we continue? Yes, we have a combo draw, but if Sticky Rick bets, it's gonna be like a committing amount, and we have a draw. This is so awesome.
Yeah, if he
I
bets
love this
3 or 4K, are you just calling off half your stack? There it is, 3,200, 3,300. Literally, just shy of half your stack.
It's like, I don't care how much is in the middle. I don't care how much you have behind. If you don't want to play for 3,300 right now and have such complete dust going to the river, what are you going to do? Oh my God. Rick just gets away with these spots like nobody's business. The fact that Charlie called the flop is just like so incredible for this hand. 10,000 in the middle already. Whoa, Charlie's all in though. And that's going to get the job done because Sticky Rick is on a complete air ball. Charlie finds the all in.
Nice hand, sir. Wowzers.
Wow. I mean, we're over here talking like, wow, how's he going to win this hand? No, all in. Check all in is how you win.
Checkmate, says Charlie. Right on time. And Roxy is in the chat. It's Tyler's mama. She's saying hi to her baby, doing the dealing tonight. So hello, Tyler's mama.
Dude, what a hand. Charlie is sicko, dude. Forget about taking Zach's money. How about taking Slick Rick's money?
I just, just throw it in there sometimes. I can't just call off and miss and
No, you can't.
I'm either all in or fold. I had
Dude, yeah. Oh, hand of the night right there.
Right there. That's the beauty of it. Of everything.
That is the beauty of it. So sick. Dude, you're the goddamn goat.
Absolutely not.
The goat.
I love the commentary too. Everybody's got an opinion. Slick Rick obviously is like, that was bullshit and I hate you and you should never play like that again because I don't like losing. But I'm kidding. It's just, no, that was just a crazy hand. Absolutely insane from start to finish.
What's up, boys?
We've got an RJ Duprizzle in the house.
I didn't even get to see the hand, but I'm pumped that it pumped up Scott. Like, Scott loved it.
I think we all loved it in our own way.
Scott
Maybe
straight up said, "You're the GOAT."
It was an epically played hand, that is for sure, as Rick here, straight off of losing with the Queen-8, into the next hand with the Queen-8 again, this time flopping the top pair and the best hand. He's got it locked up, in fact, now on the turn. Well, how's your night been, Mr. RJ? Things good for you?
The night's been great. Yes, had the day off. Got to go to the dentist. Got to go to the golf course and hack it up. And we've made it here. So, perfect day.
All right. Well, you enjoy the dentist evidently a lot more than I do. 'Cause you sound excited.
Yeah, my man D Dental, he gets me hooked up. I mean, he's got this little redneck grill looking decent, so I got to give him some props, man.
He has improved the grill. I will tell the doc he's done a good job. You are getting more handsome by the minute, RJ.
Thank you.
Watch
All
out,
right,
ladies.
and for 112 there, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way and let you two kind gentlemen bring it home. So everybody out there watching on YouTube, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll see you guys next week here on TCH Live. AA Ron signing off. You guys take it easy.
Adios, amigo.
Good night, Aaron.
Peace out.
That is the man, Aaron Money McAvoy, signing off for the night.
I think this is the first time in TCH history that I am disappointed I wore a hoodie in this room.
It's not as freezing as it normally is in here.
Danny, you want to give the kind gentleman some
You go out in that room, though, and you catch a little breeze from one of those AC units up top.
You catch breeze around table 1 and 2, and you might need a shower.
Indeed. Uh-oh.
Big slick on big slick crime. Let's do it.
RJ loves to bring the heat when he comes in the room. We've got all Broadway cards so far. 3-bet up to 1,000 from Esky.
All right, Zach's running a little bit low in stacks here, but so is Esky, so this may not take long. Sticky Ricky.
Stuck in the middle.
Stuck in the middle. So there we go. It didn't take long. Zach rips it. Sticky Ricky does get out of there. And it's a battle of ace-king on ace-king.
He just told him he has aces.
Who did that?
Esky, but he already gave it up. He messed with him for about a second.
And then they giggled. Now they know they have the same hand. Let's run it again. Oh, baby.
Nobody's got a spade.
No spades.
Chop it up.
On to the chop shop we go. High probability of chop there on that one, Eric.
That's a little 220, 215 in profit for the boys. So we had our friend Home on, and he was in the 8-seed earlier. He went busto 3 times.
What?
Lost the knit button twice. It was not a good night for our friend Home. Let's shout out Home. Hope he has a much better time next time.
Absolutely.
Or maybe when you're dealing to him over there at LC, you'll run
Give
him
him
up,
some winners.
Run him up a stack.
Okay.
Say, I heard you didn't really get a chance to get after it on the stream. Here you go, Home.
Had a short, quick visit with Home the other day when I was spinning some cards. Got to deal a couple hands to him as he kind of come in the middle of my down.
He's been replaced by Hunter over there, so Hunter's in, and things are actually going his way so far. He's up just under 2K and probably under an hour and a half of play.
Hello to everyone in the chat. I see some mighty fine folks checking in.
Yeah, this shot done.
And Tyler, spin them well. Mama's watching. Hello, Rowan, Roxy, Kiwi, and of course, Jimmy Jack.
Mr. Chen.
He's named after 2 whiskeys.
He was making bigger.
What is it?
All right, Spice again. We got a raise to 250, a 3-bet to 800, and Hunter.
Danny's rocking the old school castle stacks over there. Love to see that.
What do the Sims tell you to do with 6,500 in there? Danny's actually on the button, so this makes Hunter out of position.
Oh, you have maximum.
He said like a very specific.
Yeah, I know.
He said all
2250, and oh, here we go.
Now we got an all in. So Hunter 4 bets to 2250. Logan looks down at Ace King suited himself, and he's like, I don't know, mind worry about this. Let's just rip it. 7,805 the rip from Logan. Officially, this is a 5-bet, Aaron.
That's right.
Eric.
That's my name still, yeah.
The Eric and Aaron show all night.
Dougie joining us just in time. You see a couple of all-ins.
All right, back to the button where Danny's got the truck starter, pocket 9s, and he doesn't have them anymore. He has thrown 9s in the muck.
Table 2 smells good, huh? Uh-oh. It's a doozy, huh? Thank you, Holden, for that warning.
I just walked through there. That's one.
Showering is appreciated.
That's the one where I mentioned we might need a shower.
All right.
All right, we're doing it. Hunter's in there. Logan's in there. Is this back-to-back Ace King?
Yeah.
Violence?
They are going to run it twice, so let's see if one of them can get lucky. Ooh, it's hearts. Hunter's free rolling.
And not anymore. We're going to chop the first one. We got a high probability of chop here, Eric.
Chop it up.
You guys are going to have to change your name.
Charlie was really happy that you posted his fold.
Hey, look at those bird legs in the background. What's up?
Yep. Pecker still looks small.
Not on these bird legs.
Charlie is the big winner tonight so far, up 12K. Logan is our new player. First time on the stream, having a good night, up 5.5.
And bitch about it for the next 3 hours.
Logan hanging out there in the 9 seat. Yeah,
You bet.
cool 5K.
You bet you actually made it 5.
He had a couple all-ins in the first couple of orbits that weren't looking great for him. He survived both by running it twice and getting chops.
Okay.
But he's been smooth sailing ever since.
Yeah, please call me Chuck Race.
All right, 9s.
Nice hand.
Raise to 1,000.
Again in this hand. This time Scott has the 9s. Danny's going to 3-bet again. 1,000 to go now. Danny's got ace queen.
That's a straddle.
Yeah.
No, you're good. I would have lost. I had a small pair.
Oh,
Here we go.
I'm on tilt too.
You actually lied.
All right, Scott makes the call. Let's see a flop. Ace queen taking on the 9s. Deuce 3, 5. 2 clubs.
Check.
I had 9. Really? Yeah, he's king.
Anything sweet food. I mean, I put a little agave in my coffee.
Good turn, flop that. That now spooked me.
So I guess that.
You really like process shit.
I like it. I thought I was going to fire at least
50 to call.
Yeah, you can hear Scott talking about how he got spooked that time, threw 9s in the muck. Danny was coming out swinging, though. And we all know you don't always want to take those 9s to battle when your opponent's coming out swinging.
All right, 3 players.
7-8 deuce rainbow here. Ace deuce with the best of it. That's Logan.
Put those on the right side of your stack.
300.
I saw a 9 right before you went up.
Thank you.
Don't fry bacon naked. That is great advice. Don't do it with a shirt off either. That is a lesson learned. When I first moved out of the house when I was a young man, and
That's how I finished.
had to start cooking my own meals.
That's how I finished my workeds.
Frying bacon and getting grease on your chest.
Pop, 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 pop. Yeah, it feels good.
Oh, yeah, I always take a picture of my stack.
When you what?
When I like leave it, like break on tournament, I always count now because shit like
200.
it's never happened to me, but I've seen it happen to somebody else.
You remember like 2 or 3 years ago, there was that WSOP table that
All right, Scott the Razor here. Early position.
another table where the dealer
As a matter of fact, he went first.
took everything and put it all together.
What?
So Scott bumps it up, 200 to go with his Jack 10. Logan and Sticky Ricky coming along.
And they didn't have it on camera. They didn't have like what the stacks were.
Jack 10 lands a middle pair with the Jack. Sticky Ricky has the flush draw and turns a pair.
That's like the only thing to do. It's like try to.
They gave them like free, like their money back, or like gave them like
300 the bet here. Pardon me, 400 the bet on the turn.
no, they all were up. So
Logan's thinking about hanging around with 7s, but lets them go.
9 live outs for Sticky Ricky. That's one of them.
Finds the 4 of spades. He's got a big flush.
time they needed to do like a player change, like seats 4 and 9. So the dealer took all the 4s and 9s.
We know Sticky Ricky in this spot likes to throw a little extra out there, and look at this. Here comes the extra, 2,400 to bet.
Good fold there by Scott.
There you go. Same card.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Classic little overbet there. Says I've either got the Nizzleburgers or nothing.
That's right. We've seen him overbet with the goods and without the goods.
It was early on. It was early season.
Yeah, you get to the river with Sticky Ricky and things get exciting.
Queen of Spades, yeah, you remember, yeah.
And then 714 was yours.
I'm
just curious.
I don't think I dealt it, man. Or maybe I did.
Yeah.
1K and dealt this wrong.
It all plays big. I was just in the league to play big.
Because, like, you know, there should be, like, sometimes people are more stable, so, like, you could easily swing, like,
So I don't know what my password and stuff is because it's always been on my phone, but I wonder if I can figure that out pretty easily.
I mean, I'm sure you can.
All right, 3 players.
Yeah.
Tree to a flop.
I'm probably on my phone and still play 4 tables, but it's a lot of
All right, under the gun gets to raise again. This time it's Spooky with ace-10. He gets a pretty good flop. Jack-10-10 the flop. Sticky Ricky lands a piece of it. He's got a jack.
175.
175 to bet from Spooky. Continuation bet here. After landing a pretty good hand. Slick Rick coming along with Jack-8. Spooky checks the turn here. Possibly trying to entice one of those Slick Rick river bets. And he does. And we spill the bird cards.
600. I mean, they're not important cards. Like
600, the river bet here from Slick Rick. There's a straight in the burn cards, Eric.
I went to go count the
Ace, Queen, 9 in the burn.
take the cards over.
Spook's gonna rip it. That'll do it.
Showing me that hand.
Wait, so were those
All those
cards in your
cards.
hand?
no, those
No,
were the
that was
burn
the
cards.
burn
He
cards.
accidentally flipped them.
I went to reach for the.
Yeah, we mentioned that this table is awkward. You have to put those burn cards way the heck over to the left compared to what you're used to, and it does get funky sometimes.
All these live people are coming up here now.
Oh, let's go.
I know.
I'm getting ripped a new one on the commentators right now.
They put those boards, they put the board, that perfect orange box for the flop and the board is much closer to the dealer than what
150.
we usually do. So that throws everything off, including our burn cards. And it's a huge table, so you're reaching to the 3 and the 7 with like go-go gadget arms.
I guess.
So Tyler, I got your back.
9-4.
Ace King taking it down here for Hunter.
First time we've not seen Ace King versus Ace King all in and chop it up.
All right. Now I did have an opportunity to check in on you guys 30 minutes or so before I got here, and man, you guys were doing great. Great job to Eric Van Loosen and Aaron Money McAvoy.
Appreciate it. Haven't had much of a voice all day today with the old
Yeah, that was the part I got to check
allergies.
into.
Yeah.
You were talking about some honey tea, trying to get that voice ready for me, which I appreciate.
Raise to 150.
Folds her out to the cutoff, 7-9, suited. Sticky Ricky. He'll bump it up, 150 to go.
Heads up.
Heads up. queen, jack, 9. Both players holding numbers here. Slick Rick does land the best of it with his 9.
I put you on king 10.
He'll continue and take it down.
King 10, something like that.
I don't know if I've ever eaten a party. Is it the same thing?
Yeah, same thing.
Oh, okay. Carl's Jr. only in like a Mexico airport, you know?
Is Carl's Jr. just in California?
No, it's in Texas and stuff. Or they used to be. Didn't they go bankrupt?
All right, the last monster we had was right as I was walking in
I've been there one time.
the booth here, so we're about due for another one.
We are definitely due.
Big Arby's guy.
No, but I'll eat it.
Arby's is decent. I think it's overrated.
My wife's a big Arby's. She
150.
PW, do you want to go to 8?
500.
They just put a Dallas. Have you ever heard of that Mexican place called Dallas? No, it's the one by my house. It's in that
Oh
one of the
yeah, I've been to
casinos in
one of them
Vegas.
actually. Yeah.
It's in one of the casinos in
They
Vegas.
have one in Blue.
They got one right up
And
the
it's
street.
like you could drive through the Mexican food. It's so great. But it's like actually good. It's not like taco.
Yeah, that's actually
8-9 taking on queen jack. This flop, rather boring. Queen jack lands for Zach. We are going to get some poker out of it though. He's going to check.
Go ahead.
King of clubs to turn. Zach does make the call on the flop. Taking his time, very astute with his queen jack here. Playing a little trappy as his stack is rocking a little low for him.
13.
The king here on the turn. Interesting card. Zach checks and Slick Rick does bet 1,300.
Are you gonna do the blonde buzz like you said?
No, I was actually gonna do that when I was back in Oregon, but I got like deathly.
You got what now?
Call here from Zach.
It seems that you recovered.
King of diamonds. Pairing the board, so Zach's gonna like his queen jack for the most part. Can Slick Rick change his mind?
I got lucky. Huge clean. First time.
Will he try to change Zach's mind? Front door hearts missed. Any kind of ace wheel draw missed. Zach the original raiser in this hand. Zach has check called the flop and check called the turn.
31.
And that's almost all of Zach's chips.
We
31.
thought Slick Rick might give it a try, and he does. 3,100 the bet.
Zach's got all the beverages coming. There's fancy water. Got a new latte over there. Ooh, iced coffee. But he's got a $3,100 decision to make with second pair.
No blockers here from Slick Rick. Sticky Ricky just three-barreling every street. 3,100 here on the river. What do you think, folks in the chat? 1 if he's calling, 2 if he's folding. 3,100 the bet.
Yeah, my kid's sticker. My kid's put something on it.
Looks like it belongs on it.
I think he's going to call before we even get our number out there.
Yeah, 2 little girls. Get it off.
He's thinking it over.
It's fucking stuck on there.
Those demons.
Does make the call. It's so easy for us. We would have called a long time ago. Zach makes the call. Queen Jack. Slick Rick definitely putting the heat on him. 5,335 in profit for Zach.
There you go, brother Zach. That is going to get him up into the green.
Hey, you want to go to the moon? We can at least go buy it.
I heard.
See if they got an Arby's drive-thru up there. They were just talking about some
I
drive-thrus.
don't think they have a whole lot of Arby's up there.
Get that little slingshot action around the moon.
Fun piece of trivia. Kiwi's taking a little break to go cook some venison casserole.
Yes.
I had to Google to see if they even had any deer down there in New Zealand.
Okay.
And evidently, there's 7 deer species in New Zealand. They were introduced there in the 1850s for sport.
Well, I'll be.
They have no natural predators in New Zealand, so they are actually considered pests. But
Wow.
year-round recreational hunting, year-round, you can hunt deer in New Zealand. So they eat the heck out of them down there.
Well, there you go. Our hunter friends got excited out of that. They're going to New Zealand.
That's right.
Help knock down the deer population.
That's right.
Well, I'll be.
That's good for me.
All right, Danny taking on Charlie. King Jack, the razor. Straddle comes along. King Jack gets pretty good flop.
Of course, they do have one very natural predator. That is man. Man will eat deer. Yum, yum.
It's going to be Igala, ETP, Wagyu, Armani, UFO, Chai, Nikkei, Table 4, $5 5-star must move. Must move.
Fun spot here for Charlie to raise one up. He has whiff with the 9-5. These guys are not giving up. But Danny's got the goods. Danny does check the turn here. Charlie picked up a little equity there on a gut shot.
How about a full house now for Danny?
That's pretty good a hand. 1,800 in it after the check on the turn.
Hunter, are you here Friday? I forget.
Yeah.
36 the bet. Pretty near double the pot. There you go. These guys not giving up.
Yeah, he did. I'm greedy.
With some medium holdings and some massive bets on the river. Good recipe for a
100, send it.
So once that failed, bluff it 10 times, get
a masterpiece of a poker hand if we can get one cooked up here.
Binding.
I'm here for it.
Something they want to do around 100. No, different. No, I'm just kidding.
You in?
No, everyone's doing 100.
Monopoly money over
Yeah, after this round.
So New Zealand has the deer, but they don't have any kind of big cats that would hunt the deer. Lions, tigers, etc.
Yeah, no bears.
Or bears. Scott's got the 8s. He'll bump it up. 300 to go. Nine, 4, 3. One little over for Scott to dodge.
On the hand, I could
Scott does continue, $800 to bet. He'll take it down, 385 in profit. Hand 123 has finished. We're cruising right along tonight,
There
Eric.
we are. Got some hands in tonight.
How much you behind?
Yeah.
Big winner so far, Charlie, Danny, and Logan. Yeah, that's the cool thing about New Zealand. They left all the snakes just across the water in Australia. All those deadly brown snakes.
Yeah.
Everything they've got over there.
No snakes.
All those
in New
creepy
Zealand.
spiders.
He tells me I need a backer. I need a backer taco.
Now the legend is that the snakes help keep the rodents down. So does New Zealand have a lot of rodents?
Thanks, I guess.
I'd take any of your action any time.
Just mine.
Scott's got aces. He's looking at the birds. 300 to go with those birds. Spooky calls, Hunter calls. Suited one gapper's coming along from the hijack and the button.
We're talking about cash and snap.
Right.
Hey, Charlie, I just lost 20,000. Sorry.
You owe me 30.
Just what you want when you got aces. Get called by about 4 people when you open.
There you go. Sticky Ricky's going to help him out. Slick Rick 3-bets over there in the 3 seat. Now Scott has an opportunity to rip it all in, 45-65.
Yeah, a little over 4 maybe.
4-ish is correct.
Oh, so you have 2 seats or 1 seat?
I have to pick on Slick Rick for rocking that Yankees hat here tonight, but
45, 40.
it is in Columbia University Blues, so we'll cut him a little bit of slack because he took some classes there. The oldest institution for higher learning in the state of New York.
All right, we got
Columbia University. Sticky Ricky's going to make the call here with Queen 8. Scott has been called. He says, what do you got? Slick Rick says,
I might win my
Queen 8, man.
side bet if I actually hit.
Here we go. 8 on the flop.
He's
8
got an
deuce
8.
4. 2 hearts.
Damn it, how do I know my-
It's never easy, folks. Jack of spades. 3 of hearts.
There we go.
Scott goes one time. He plays real poker. None of that JV stuff. Aces are going to hold. Nice double up there for Scott. 5,500 in profit.
Just didn't have enough to get Slick to fold after he put in that big 4-bet. Actually, it was just a 3-bet.
Yeah, just
and
a
then
3-bet there.
jam
There
from
you go.
Scott.
Yep. Yeah, Rick put the squeeze on all those flatters. Really helped Scott out. I didn't particularly see if any of those flatters would have done any damage to the aces, but I know there were 3 hearts out there, right?
That hand's going to get Scott out of the basement there. He's up 1,000 now.
Hey, there we go.
Took a pretty tough beating earlier against the Robbie.
Yeah, he's 10K
Slick Rick
behind.
was holding. Got him with 2 4s on the flop. Scott hit his ace on the turn, and that was all she wrote. But he is back in business. Sometimes it just takes waking up with those aces and having people just dump money into a pot for you.
250.
Danny, are you in lockdown or are you spewing right now?
Just playing
Good question.
I know. What type of Asian charts did you look at?
I said earlier, one of the back around.
I got natural.
Hold them to his word.
What are you waiting on?
Oh, I don't know.
Lock in, Tyler.
Yeah.
Danny the Razor. Logan calls on the button. Danny raises with king, queen, and of course, king, queen lands. Queen, 8-5 to flop.
Might be the queen.
70-30 back in the old days on any Poker Stars Full Tilt Poker app. King, queen always beats an ace.
It looks like a 3.
Not when I raise with it, I can tell you that. Some people think pocket kings are the ace magnet. When I raise with king, queen, that, my friend, is the ace magnet.
And they don't even need the race.
Yeah.
Sticky Rick added some cash to the table. He's still got a stack of almost 11,500, but he's down 8.5.
Yeah, Sticky Rick in the basement here of these players, down 8K.
We're not used to seeing that from our boy, Slick Rick.
At all, but that does perhaps entice some fireworks here in the last 30 minutes of the stream. We've got some big stacks, and Slick Rick stuck a bit. All right, Danny gets to raise it up again, this time suited ace-4, over to Esky. Of course, in the previous hand, those two chatting each other up, trying to get the action going, and here we are. Queen, deuce 6, 2 hearts. Queen lands here. Bad news for Spooky. He's out kicked. Esky does check. 450, the continuation bet here from Danny. Call from Esky, and that Spooky would call as well. We're three-handed to the turn. 4 of hearts. Everybody's got a pair.
Some pairs bigger than others.
Esky with the best of it. Now he's going to river 2 pair. Queen 10 finds a 10. We'll see if he wants to get spicy with that front door flush hitting on the turn. Perhaps some sort of blockerish type bet here. 2,600 out there. Could have to check, call, click, but he's looking like he wants to bet. Bet indeed, 675 the bet. Spooky and his queen in the muck, Danny in the muck. Esky's gonna have to take it down. Well done. Nice hand for Esky.
This fucking clown does look like a Dennis Sweden basketball. What do you think we are, retarded? He's actually big.
Our man Esky now trying to get out of the cellar. He's down a few trips to Arby's. Negative 230.
Apparently it was a fix, too.
Fixing the game or something?
Yeah, it was a fixed game, too.
I had that where people that pre-recorded Russian song against me on my website often. This is a while.
Yeah, every time.
Why is the website so stupid often?
Yeah, like how can we possibly know that? I mean, you just see it, you just know.
It's like the Globetrotters point.
Yeah.
Charlie the Razor here. He's got the tanks, pocket 10s for Charlie. 300 to go. stack, trying to sneak in there with those suited canuters, 7-8 suited on the button. But he gets back around to Spooky, who straddled, and he's going to rip it. Nearly 2K in Spooky's stack. All in with the queens. Now, what will Charlie do? Tens are probably not going anywhere for this price, but he does have a player behind him. Zach closing the action on the button. It makes it somewhat tempting with those suited canuters, but he throws 7-8 into the muck. We're going to do it one time. Spooky's all in. 9-8-3. Ace. Both players have a diamond. All right, tens are face up, queens are face up. Double up for Spooky. He's going to pick up 2,200 in profit. That bumps his stack up to 4,000 and a skosh.
There's our largest pots of the night so far. A couple of them have been chops, though.
Mas Grandes. There's hand 110, Sticky Ricky, the loser, a 13K pot that went to Charlie.
Courtesy of a big old river bluff.
Ooh.
Actually, it was a turn bluff.
I believe that's the one that happened right before I walked in, right?
Absolutely.
Slam on the brakes.
All right, David's going to bed. He says, hey, good night, folks. And remember, don't sweat the petty stuff. Pet the sweaty stuff.
Cheers to that, Dave.
Great advice.
Yeah. Largest pot of the evening that went to Charlie was the one that got our man Scott excited. Now, Scott's seen a lot of nasty pots, too, so if that guy gets fired up, you did something impressive.
A lot of money going in this pot already. Let's see if anybody wakes up with a hand to squeeze with.
I bet Slick Rick might have a little something to say about that. He's got a suited A7. And the squeeze is on. 1,300 to go now from him.
And the only problem going for Slick is he's done this so many times tonight. Not a lot of believers.
Now it's over to Logan. He's got pocket nines. Nearly 8,000 here in Logan's stack. So he's kind of at a weird number, right? It's kind of jam or fold there. And he does throw the nines in the muck. So we're going to be heads up. Charlie makes the call. He's got sixes. 10-10-6. Boat for Charlie on the flop. And Slick Rick's got a flush draw.
Trouble is a brewing.
Oh, bro.
1,000 the bet from Slick Rick.
Do you remember the dinosaurs?
Queen of diamonds on the turn. Does not help anyone here. Charlie's boat officially has the check mark.
Yeah, like drink.
Sticky Ricky does still have the nut flush draw. Drawing deader than dead.
Now you're used to. Now you know.
Drink
2,500.
I drink very moderately these days. Yeah. Except last time I got blackout sort of game.
And we've seen Charlie make some hay here.
Oh, I love that.
In the evening, he's been able to take a couple of big pots from Slick Rick with the check traps, and here we are again.
Yeah. I bet someone else was
We went to the Stars game last week. We ran out of sweet.
What was your birthday?
Who was it?
Happy birthday.
Thanks, man.
Charlie thinking about if he can get more in there yet. Does go with just the call. $2,500 to bet. We've got one cooked up, 78.85 in the middle.
Slick thinks he needs a spade, but he needs a brick.
Queen of hearts, double pairing the board. Does give Slick Rick ace high.
We just gamble.
But a terrible card here for any kind of bluffing opportunities. Sticky Ricky does shut it down. Charlie shows a boat. Takes down a winner, $5,585 in profit.
Yeah, nice hand, gets that money back, and then some that he just lost to that hand against Spooky. So he is up almost 15K now. And I was laughing during the hand, RJ, because they were having a side conversation across the table while that big hand was brewing. And Danny was like, yeah, you know, I just not really drinking much, you know, kind of drinking moderately lately, you know. Except for the other night at the Stars game when I got blackout drunk. There's always that except for 24 hours ago when I woke up naked in a bush
Tuesday
somewhere.
night, I don't remember nothing.
Oh, man. I didn't have an off switch. That's why we don't drink anymore. We went from Van Boozen back to my normal name, Van Loozen.
Well, I'm proud of you. And I'm proud for Logan. He's got kings.
The two red kings of our newest player, Logan.
Charlie's got king 5, so there's one of them.
Logan's going to juice it up to 700.
Yeah, put a little extra stink on this one. Just open strong. Bring it, boys, or get out. They all get out, so Logan's going to have to take it down. 185 in profit. I don't blame you. 20 minutes left in the stream. You're looking at kings. You've had a nice little solid night. Put a little extra stink on it. Rangers win.
How about those 4-1 first place Texas Rangers, RJ?
Jacob deGrom and the Rangers finding the victory tonight over the Orioles. Well done, boys. Stars are in action too. Did we get
check them out?
See if we could get the twofer here in Dallas.
We did not.
Aye, aye, aye.
We did not get the 3-for either because the Mavericks got absolutely torched by the Milwaukee Bucks.
Well, I wasn't going to bring them up. We still love them, though.
Yeah, that was like the best one.
But they're in tank season.
Josh Hamilton's
All right, we got 3 players to the flop. It's 100 to go. Jack 7, Queen Jack 3, 4. Not much working here. Queen Jack actually with the majority of the equity on this Ace King 8 flop. The nut no pair has the equity.
Taylor's like Candyland. One strike away on game 6. Yeah. And then game
3-4
7
for
like
Sticky Ricky.
close extra innings.
Charlie does find Broadway on the river. 10 of spades.
That's why he's trolling. He was trolling.
Nut no pair turns into a straight. He'll bet a little bit. Ricky lets go 4 high.
And what?
When the A's lost to the Dodgers, Kirk Gibson like broke him down with one arm, hit a home run to win. 2 outs. 88. I was at the game. I wasn't too far from where the ball was. My girlfriend was a fucking Dodgers fan.
Scott saw the Kirk Gibson home run.
At the game where Gibby went yard for the Dodgers?
They were just talking about something we don't talk about here.
That's
the
absurd.
1 strike, 2 outs against 2 batters that happened here in this town. But thankfully,
1 strike away.
They redeemed
twice.
themselves a couple years later.
I tell you what, there's not too many plays in the history of sports that got me off the couch to say a dirty word, and that was one of them.
That's good.
300?
And I wasn't even a diehard Rangers fan then, just a diehard baseball fan. And I still got off the couch and ripped a dirty word.
You wanted to see the guys
at the
that
TV.
Never won one before.
Absolutely.
Josh Hamilton with a story that would have been, which is now a forgotten home run. Would have been a game winner. Instead, you know the rest. Freaking David Freeze.
David bleeping Freeze.
They review all that stuff, and they have like the people. Yeah. Yeah, they've reviewed that stuff every time.
Ace Jack lands here for Logan.
500.
7-4 and 7-8 for his opponents. Not much working. So he'll lead out, take it down.
It's almost closing time, folks. We got a few hands left. How many we got, RJ?
Well, it looks like we're going to make it about 6 more hands. So, last hold'em hand's going to be 137.
I'm game.
So we got 5 more of those, it looks like.
Don't care. I'm texting Rampage, bro. This guy's
Shout out to Danny again for rocking the old school castle over there in the 7th seat. Look at that. That is a beautiful stack.
Scott.
What's up?
You invited the stacks of
No,
that?
no, they're hosting.
Scott, careful.
Color ups are for nits.
He said all in.
No way.
I asked Eddie if I said, it's invitational.
I think that'd be a pretty bad move. I would classify that as a
They said they
bad
don't want to
move.
close it.
For sure.
I've never said that. And he said, let me know.
Unless you have a monster.
I was about to throw it, dude.
Classify that as a bad move.
Absolutely, I do.
You gotta be.
You're gonna have the winner though.
It's like a rampage. I don't know how many people, but it's only going to be like 20 people. So they're like a 2K sitting there.
All right, we got a fun one cooked up here. Logan in the big blind, he's got jacks. Only 200 to go here. There is 800 out there. Jack 3 whiffs, Queen 5 whiffs. Logan's Jack's in a pretty good spot here, but his flop does check around. Logan not wanting to mess with these savages behind him. He knows Sticky Ricky can get a little crazy over there. He'll lead out the turn, take it down. 560 in profit.
It's directly related.
Off to hand 133 we go. All right, Jimmy Jack says, V-Pips. Well, Jimmy Jack, we're living in the past. And the past isn't going to last much longer. So if we request it at this point, we still might not see it. So hopefully our man will throw it up here before the end of the show. They like to do that sometimes here at the end. So hang in there. Hopefully we get a glimpse at it.
250. I don't know how they're doing now.
250 the bet from Danny. He's got an ace in the cutoff, ace 6.
But I mean,
Burgers were great. That's burgers.
Folding around.
That's burgers.
How much you playing? 6K? Yeah. No,
Players in chit chat mode here.
It was a great fucking burger.
Looking at some rags in their holdings. Sticky Ricky, he's not done. 7-3 of spades will come along. 9-9 deuce to flop. Slick Rick taking on Danny.
I went there one day and they weren't there. Like
Slick Rick having none of it.
Where at the best order?
Kiwi says, thank you, gentlemen, for another fun stream at Aaron, at Eric, and at RJ.
Heck yeah, we had a blast too.
Thank you for the kind words. I haven't been called a gentleman in a couple of years.
Their fries are way
All right, couple more hold'em hands.
Their fries are way better.
Tyler doing a great job pitching the cards.
You know, the other day,
They use like
a youngster of high school age was well wishing me to have a good day and to go get him at work and motivation, you know. They said, go get him, King.
Where did you run into this gentleman?
It was actually a young lady. It was one of my old 7th grade students that is now a high school student. Said, go get him, King. I found that hilarious.
Yeah, let it go.
That is what they refer to me
Has
as.
to get punished.
It was kind of nice, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Ace, King, 7. These kids nowadays can call you a lot worse than that.
Hey, well, evidently king's a really bad word these days, so be careful.
Oh, yeah?
They were out on the streets.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
I found it cool. I know the ladies like to be called queen sometimes, but I wouldn't think of it from a dude's perspective, you know? But it wasn't terrible.
You and I might be the brokest 2 kings in the history of kings, RJ.
Yeah, that's true. We can't even rent a queen.
Yeah, that's right. We could request her peasant sister.
Kiwi says it's rubbish. She always refers to us as gentlemen. Thank you,
Thank
Kiwi.
you.
300. Raise it at 1,200.
All right, we're not done. Charlie's button and a 10-8. 1,200 to go. And that's going to take it down. Charlie never bluffs, he says.
Two.
Gotta get
All right, 2 more hands.
Of course. No.
2 more hands, and then what do you want to do? A bump pot or a flip? Bump pot.
By the way, folks.
By the way.
You know what tomorrow is? It's the day where you don't believe a damn thing anybody tells you. It's April 1st.
April 1st.
So there's your warning.
And we're scheduled to fly a rocket to the moon.
Not April 1st, though.
Oh, it's not happening tomorrow?
They said April. I just looked it up.
Thought I saw a weather report today that
early April
that looked good for the crew. Possibly what I thought was tomorrow.
Well, it says they are set to lift off Wednesday, so let's see if they're full of it or not, folks.
April Fool's Day.
Well, we love our Kiwi bird.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't change a thing.
Zach's going to raise it up. He's on the button with ace 10. Charlie tried to limp in there with that jack ace suited. Does he want to go to battle? Knowing the end of the stream is near, that doesn't scare Charlie. He'll call. Let's see a flop. Ace, deuce, 6. Here we go. Ace 10 lands for Zach. Charlie's got a flush draw. And 10 on the turn. That's 2-piece now for Zach.
It's like a chunky field, and then it's like a lot of math.
Charlie still with that jack high flush draw. 1780 in the middle.
I almost think that one. You have concrete data. When you make them nuts.
1,400 to bet from Zach. Top 2 now for him. Trying to dodge a heart. 6 of hearts. Flushola for our man Charlie.
And Charlie is going to check it.
Pepper and cilantro here in hand 136.
45-85 out there in the middle.
A little spicy out the door.
If you're Zach, you don't want to check back against another ace.
6 of hearts does pair the board. Zach likely feeling decent about top 2 ace 10. As soon as he got snapped, Zach knew the bad news. You can see it on his face. Flush. Ay, ay, ay. Nearly a 10K pot. Another big one goes to Charlie.
And Charlie crosses that 20,000 in profit zone. Hello, Chucky.
Rank it.
The Duck Man, Papa Duck, running hot tonight.
Danny, hundo. Do I have to? Yeah, you're super rich, bro.
And you're not super deep.
Ryan's sick of me, man. I slide up on every one of his stories, and I'm like, the life of the rich and famous. Out here vacationing. I need a fucking vacation, man.
Vacation from your vacation?
Cool.
Those aren't vacation, man. Those are
You always look like you're on vacation.
100 to go here. Charlie makes the call. Suited ace 5. Trying to find hearts in back-to-back hands. Zach will make it 400 to go. He's got King Jack.
400.
Oh, Spooky, it's your favorite hand.
Sixes.
Pocket sixes. You made a guy fold quads with that hand.
You got a hoodie with that hand on it.
What the hell?
Spooky didn't want to mess with his hand here. Nearing the end of the stream.
All right, we got.
Just 400 to go. One raise. See a flop. We do have 4 players to the flop. Ace, 10, Jack. Spooky knew.
Check, check.
6 is in the muck. Maybe that's
Check.
that's how he knows. It is his hand. He's like, the 6s weren't speaking to me. Broadway's coming out. I'm just going to wait for the end of this thing. We do have some action here. 2 players land the ace. Zach, the original raiser, did land middle pair with a gut shot.
Yeah, people are checking their aces to him, so he's got to think he might be good here.
Checking those weak aces. And Zach's going to appreciate that.
Needs a king, jack, or queen.
He does.
In a bad way.
4 of spades. Pairing the board. That's going to help Danny's kicker issues. Does go check, check. Zach, again, finds the bad news. Nice profit there for Danny. 2,000 in profit. 32.80 in that pot.
$200. 5K max, 200.
Off to hand, 138. So,
$200 bomb?
205,000.
sounds like our hold'em has come to an end. We're going to do a $200 PLO bomb pot. And it sounds like they want to put the 5K cap on it.
Not the 3K, but the 5K cap. So
Okay.
that's the most you can put in a pot is 5K out of your own stack.
It's already April 1st down there in New Zealand, so I'm glad Kiwi didn't pull any tricks on us.
That's right.
Where are you down 20K?
All right, who we got here? Eski's down a Honda Civic payment. Spooky's down a little over 1,000. Zach and Slick Rick.
And Homie, who's no longer with us.
They are in the basement. Zach less than the others.
And Homie was in for 13.5 today. So tough sledding there.
This is a bomb pot.
PLO Bombskis, here we go. 4 cards, 2 boards.
10 deuce 4. Wheel draw is going to be out there. Flush draw and hearts.
Oh my God.
King 6-9. Okay, a little spicy here. 2 different boards. There's nut clubs for Scott. Not much cooking on pairs and sets.
10 deuce. I see a 6 with the 10 deuce, so 10 full house on one board,
Wow,
trip 6s
yeah.
on another.
Who is that?
That
That's
is Zach.
Zach, okay.
Come on, Zach. Zach needs one.
So Zach's going to be feeling pretty good about this. He's got trips on both boards. He filled up on the top already.
It's 3K cap?
5K.
Oh, 5K cap?
You can only bet the pot, though. Does anybody else have anything worth fighting?
Yeah, it's looking a little medium out there.
Nice playing with you.
Yeah. Have a good night, Logan.
Yeah, I'll get it for sure. Yeah, bring your, if your kids, it's the horse fan.
Logan's out of here. Says goodnight to the fellas. Thanks for coming in, Logan. Night number 1. Nice little profitable night for him. Cruising right along. Well done.
My trainer doesn't show up, I'm going to have your daughter saddle the horse. Just so you know.
I want to see an epic.
All right, that's it.
And a boring bomb pot. Zach's got all the goods. He'll take it.
Well, he is going to take down a much-needed pot for him. There's the final numbers. Charlie, big winner, right at 20K. Danny up 8.3. Logan, our new player, 5.8. Followed by Hunter at 1.7. And Scott up 500 smackaroonies. Great night for those gentlemen. And, of course, great night for the other fellas. Glad they had some fun tonight. And we had a blast with y'all in the chat.
Yeah, we did.
Don't forget this Saturday, Lone Star Showdown. It's not a bro down, it's not a hoe down, it's the Lone Star Showdown right here. 50K guarantee, $250 buy-in. There's a final look at those V-pips, RJ.
There you go. There's the V-pips. Jimmy Jack, take a look.
Daniel.
Charlie was getting after it.
Yeah, let me,
Zach Logan, Spooky, Hunter, the late arrival of Hunter. He did not get to see many flops.
Danny looking like he's trying to claim he won a tournament with all those chips over there.
Yeah, I love it.
Fun stuff there for him. And Friday night, we will have our 2-5 live stream here at 6 p.m. I hope to be a part of that, but I know RJ will be here for show. I'm going to go to that Rangers home opener and try to make it in a little bit later if I've got a voice. So we will see you guys Friday night. Come out for the Saturday big Lone Star Showdown. Until then, for RJ Dupree, I'm Eric Van Loosen. We are out of here.
Good night, TCH.
Good night.
Oh, perfect. Thank you, Zach. I really appreciate it.